The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 2021, Round 1, 12 Hours of Indianapolis is brought to you in partnership with ESR Esports Network, Leak Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Do you like games? Do you like esports? Do you hate watching laggy streams of tournaments on 13-inch screens? Oh my god!
Of course you do. But you don't have to worry about that anymore.
He has a jump, son! Oh my god!
Hello everybody and welcome to qualifying here for the Indianapolis 12 hours. It is the first round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship here for 2021 and we're here with qualifying here. We've got two 2-hour sessions to bring you and the average time is going to be taken from the two sessions. So there'll be one set in each session, you'd imagine, and it's the average of the two. Doesn't matter which driver sets it, doesn't matter anything about that. It's just the average time from both sessions for each car. Will set the grid for tomorrow's race starting at midday European time. But taking you through the first part of qualifying, it's me, you and O'Leary alongside Ossie and Puhaka again, as we were a little bit yesterday for practice. Got to know these teams a little bit, got to see what's going on with this circuit and the load of cars that we've got going on this circuit. So qualifying, I guess, not of most importance here in a 12-hour race, but teams will still want to show themselves, definitely.
Absolutely, and good evening from me as well. This is the first chance to really show your raw pace. Practice is practice. We always talk about practice times. People always speculate about them when it's a new season. But in the end, qualifying is when you are on similar conditions. You can be sure that everybody's putting in those qualifying times. Nobody's really slacking off. Nobody's trying race pace here, I suppose. And people are really trying to go head to head and trying to get the best out of each other and trying to get the best out of others, of course, too. Henry Cynic just coming into the pit lane. He is currently leading for the Pin Sim Drillers Esports, the number 10, leading the overall standings on, as well as the hypercar class with a 117.7. But we were speculating a little bit yesterday on the later parts of the qualifying about the Pin Sim Drillers team and about the number 10 team, and they are our odds-on favorites for the win, not only for just the round one, but also for the championship even.
Yeah, they certainly are. That's the field of 4 cars, by the way, in the hypercar class. It's got Drillers Esports, Satellite Racing, Scuderia Brasilia, and Omicron Sim Racing. 3 of them have set lap times so far. We've got Drillers leading, as you said, by a second over... not a second, it's 6 tenths between the 2 of them at the moment. Omicron are in second with Patrick Skilvassi, who's set the best lap time for them. And Liam Rance has just recently joined and left the pit lane for his first runs of the day. He is a further 3 tenths away from Skilvassi. And down in GT3, which I didn't talk about very much, there's been a bit of an interesting result going on so far. I know this is very early on in qualifying, and we've still got a very long time to go until we wrap things up tonight. But we've got Unison Racing in the lead for GT3 at the moment. And I can't say that I've heard of this team before, for a start, and any of these drivers either. But it's a very interesting proposition. We've got the Aston Martin running very well in GT3, which is something that we didn't really get to see very much of last year. It was a bit of a McLaren fest at the front, to be honest, but the Aston Martins have really started to get some pace going around Indianapolis, and we've got Unison Racing currently leading, which has come as a bit of a surprise to me personally.
It is, and that's also putting into a lap time, or currently in that 717 car is Alexander Zakirov for the 717 Unison Racing car. Started the race in 2012, and he is a GT driver who mentions Matsusaka and Monza as his favorite tracks. So they are pretty much a Eastern European squad. I'm gonna go ahead on a limb and say Russian squad, and Zakirov currently in the car, but I must say one of his teammates, Alexei Mutin, he has the best hair in the entire field. I don't know, you can't see it, I know, but he looks like an absolute rock star.
I'll tell you as well who has great hair is driving for Musto GD Esports in the GTE category. Giordano Valeriano also has very nice hair, or a lot of it anyway. So there you go. But I know that you guys at home can't see that, but we've got a spotter guide, and each of the drivers have got little photos of themselves, and there's some hairdos going on. I can tell you that for free. So yeah, it would be interesting to see how they get on. I think you're right as well about that being a Russian team. The only person I could actually get a nationality check on was Alexei Mazin, who is indeed a Russian. So I would say that, and I would go along with you, that is indeed a Russian team driving that Aston Martin here today and throughout the season as well, of course. Yeah, we'll see how they get on. But a lot of experienced GT drivers. I've been looking through a couple of the races that they've been doing in the recent past. So Bezrukov, I couldn't get any data on, but Alexander Zakirov, who is another driver for their team, has been doing a lot of GT driving. When I was looking through his results and his participations, I could pretty much only see GT driving. When you're exclusively dedicated to one of the categories like that, you tend to get quite good at it, and we've got plenty of those here today throughout the weekend.
That we do. Okay, so those guys dedicate themselves to GT driving, and will be interesting to see whether they'll be promoted either willingly or forcefully out of that GT3 class by the end of this year if they continue to show such pace, even certainly rushing their way to the pole position.
Oh, I love it already. That's the first pun of the year, by the way. Well, I don't know about the year, actually. I wasn't listening to the rest of practice last night, but wow. Well, I know. I was doing other things. That's why I have to leave. But yeah, it's... that's the first one of the weekend, and I hope it's not the last either, because that was quite good. I quite enjoyed that. But yeah, I'm sure a few of you at home are currently cowering behind the sofa and everything else. Yeah, let's have a look at some of the other categories then, shall we? We've spoken a little bit about GT3, spoken about a bit of the front of the field as well. Maybe we should. Oh, go on.
Henry Sinek just went purple on the first sector.
Ah, right. Okay. Could be having a new fastest lap. Then he is still leading in the session, of course, but he is wanting to go even faster, and it looks like he's doing all of the qualifying for their team, or at least the first part of it anyway. So we'll see how he gets on with the rest of his lap, but it's looking good for him from the first sector. I can't actually see him at the moment. I don't know if you can, but he's going very quickly, it seems.
And going faster, 117.6, so he did improve by 1/10 of a second, got a nice draft onto the leading straight by one of the GD cars, giving him a little bit of draft, and so that helps. The middle sector was actually a little bit slower, but with the first and last sector going purple, he did improve by 1/10 of a second, so setting the new benchmark into 117.6 right now for the Pin Sim Drillers team, number 10 Henry Sinek, and currently leading by 7/10 of a second over the second place number 80 team, which is Omicron Sim Racing. So Patrick Silvasi certainly having to put the pedal to the metal. But going to other classes, Ivan, I believe you had a good point about that before I crudely interrupted you.
No, I didn't really. I was just finding someone to focus on really and talk about. But no, Henry Sinek going faster is an important development in that one. And so we've had a look at him, and he's going even quicker than before, which is not really surprising because he's a very fast driver, as you might have been able to notice throughout the throughout the last few years, really. Actually, I was going to focus on GTE and try and look at the leader, Wojtek Polesny, because he's put in a fantastic lap time there, but unfortunately he's in the pit lane, so I don't want to look at that. I've got Volante Racing at the moment. Pauli Ahonen is the Finnish driver for that team, and they've been doing surprisingly well. They weren't on my radar, certainly, going into this event and going into this season, but they've been doing very well. I was speaking to Nick Newcomb, actually, just a moment ago, before we went live here, about Deuces Motorsport and the way that their session is going so far, particularly in the GTE category. He was mentioning that Wojtek had got onto P1 and said it was a lap of the gods, and that suggests to me that there isn't all that much pace left in that car. He is the only person in GTE to get into the 1 minute 26s, but it does suggest to me that they've kind of hit their limit a little bit, and that'll be worrying if anybody overtakes them. But that is a big if, it has to be said.
It is, but it's also not a bad time at all to hit your limit and find that lap of the god, as they often say. I believe that phrase is often used at Bathurst in Australian motorsport, to find that lap of gods, and Wojtek Polesny certainly finding it here at Indy, putting that 74 up on the top of the leaderboard. And I must say that is a little bit of a surprise, because we did talk about at length, for those of you who were watching the practice session, we talked at length about our favorites and about our odds on championship favorites for each class, and especially the GDE class. And we did predict even that it's going to be a tight battle, but it's going to be a battle most likely between the 45 DIS Sim Racing Lab or the Musto, any one of the Musto squads, the 53 or the 54, or indeed the World of Sim Racing iZone Performance in that 51. I don't remember any of us actually mentioning that the 74 Deuces Motorsports Club car could be an odd-on favorite, and I don't think they still are. But that's certainly something, a great show of performance to put them so far into the provisional lead of the qualifying. Mind you, they have to do a great lap again in qualifying session number 2, but so far so good.
Yeah, another one of those teams really who have a real core, and they really stick together and go everywhere together really in endurance racing. They do an awful lot of it as a team, that Deuces Motorsport Club. We'll run through their drivers for you. We've obviously talked about the Czech driver they've got, Wojtek Polesny. He's currently set that lap to go onto the pole position at the moment, and he's a GT Challenge driver. So is his compatriot Michal Sedlacek, who does a lot lot of driving with them, and actually won the GT Challenge Series on R-Factor 2, but he was driving for Varga at that point, so they might not want to mention that too much. There are other couple of drivers, João Barbosa, who drives with those two a lot, and Nick Newcomb is going to be reserve driving for both of the Juices motors, but I believe anyway that's the plan, to have him as a reserve for both teams, but he might be in there anyway to go and drive for that. So they're very strong teams indeed for Juices Motorsport Club. I did have them on my mind, but they didn't quite get as far as my mouth, I'm afraid. I went for World of Sim Racing instead. But Juices Motorsport Club, very established team. They've been around a long time as well, Juices. They know what they're doing. They're a perfectly plausible pick for the win, not only this weekend, but throughout the season as well.
Yeah, and Nick Newcomb, yesterday in practice, he was driving for the 74, so in the GDE category, and he did mention, by the way, we were talking to him earlier, some of you might know him from extensive working commentaries. He kind of does two jobs here. He's being involved very much in the commentary job as well as in driving part of this. And Nick Newcomb, experienced driver, he did mention that the traffic is going to be an absolute nightmare. Going back to early on when we mentioned that it's only the qualifying, and in a 12-hour race that doesn't decide anything. Well, that's true, but it's a good plan to be leading your class in qualifying and getting away from at least the traffic in your own class early on. So when the multi-class traffic part starts after a couple of laps, then you can at least focus on the multi-class aspect of it and have a little bit of wiggle room to work with, so you don't get challenges from your own class, because that's what truly matters. You're not racing any of the other classes, you are racing your own class, of course, in this race. So with 40 minutes to go in qualifying number 1, certainly those guys are looking pretty well in that plan. Now, in one of the classes we haven't really mentioned so far, but is still very important, of course, the large class of the fast cars is the LMP2, and in that class you currently got the 117 leading the class. That's the Vaga Sim Racing entry with Marcel Cinzik behind the wheel, I do believe. On the other side it shows Daniel Wisner, so it might be him instead. But in any case, they are looking to start the season very well indeed in that class. That's a 118.8 they put on the board. Fastest in their class, leading the class with 8 tenths over the number 22 Mugen Sim Racing entry. I know this sounds a little bit of a hot take, but that's a lot of time.
It is. It is certainly a lot of time, especially when you consider that the gap from Zoltan Bowler, who's done time for Mugen Sim Racing, all the way down to, let's just pick out Pro Sim, the 007 car. That's about 6 cars, and they're separated by 4 tenths at the moment. When you consider that Cinzik has got double that to himself, then you really start to appreciate that is a very fast lap time, and it might not even be touched throughout the rest of this session. Obviously, we've still got a lot of fast drivers out there. Bowler himself obviously is going pretty quickly. James Zuber I would pick out as a very fast driver as well to be out there for Drillers Sport, trying to get an LMP2 win for them. So it's not over certainly, but Cinzik has got quite a lot of time to himself at the moment, and he's going to be enjoying it and wanting to go even faster, certainly. Just to go back to Juices for just a moment, Nick Newcomb's confirmed some things that I've said. He is driving the event for the 74, so you saw him in practice yesterday. He's full-time driving for this particular event, and Adam Baldwin's going to be joining them for the rest of the season. Another very, very capable driver to be joining that team, and they'll be very pleased to have him on board, I am sure. Just got a question in as well from the YouTube chat. I know that this has already kind of been answered, but for anybody else who's wondering, the live timing is now at timing.gtr24.h.org instead of the timing being at the end. Time is at the start now, so don't get confused by that. And it's actually been improved a little bit for 2021, so hopefully your experience on it is even better than it was in last season's event.
Yeah.
Because I know that some changes have been made.
Yeah, some changes, including having now links to these drivers' social media, or these teams' social media rather. So if you open up the timing page, the beautiful, beautiful dark design that these guys have worked a lot on, the GDR design, you can see that next to the team name, you see the class and the car. And you see also little icons below. For example, if we take the number 10 Drillers eSport, so you can see that below them is a radio mast icon. You click that, you can tune in on the team radio, and that's available for all teams. So you can actually tune in and listen to what they're saying. Just mind you, they are unfiltered team radio.
Yes.
So you know, if you know anything about race car driving, race car drivers can get a little bit heated. You can also find their Facebook pages and their social media access, as well as their Twitch or YouTube pages if you are on those platforms. And in some cases, like Unison Racing, Musto GD Sports, you can also find that nice little home, and that's their home page, of course. So just click on those links and you can find out a lot more about these competitors and about these drivers. Now, Ian, we talked yesterday about fans picking their favorite teams or indeed their favorite drivers. I wonder if we do have anyone on chat repping the colors yet.
Yeah, I bet there are some people in the chat who are there for their team. So I saw before that there was some Mustang support going on. Volante Racing have been chatting in there, as well as Ernest Lappins, who was part of the Drillers Esports winning team from Le Mans. Can't quite remember if it was Hypercar LMP2. I want to say it was the P2 team. But either way, he's in there as well. Yeah, it's good to see all the people representing their teams, and just getting involved in the YouTube chat, and you can get involved on Facebook as well, of course, and on Twitter you can use the hashtag DTR24H, and we might read your tweet out. If there's a question, we'll answer it, or anything like that. So if you want to get in contact with us, there's plenty of ways that you can do, certainly. As I was just watching Roland Zooks a moment ago, thought he was going to improve there actually, and he did marginally, but the gaps are very small here in LMP2, so that improvement has not meant that much of an actual improvement, I'm afraid, for Roland Zooks. But he's part of the Diak Hackers team, number 95, and they're also surprising me a little bit. Never heard of this team or any of their drivers once again, but we do have a little bit of information on them, and they're doing very well for the moment. It's good to see.
It is very good to see. Also, another guy I'm watching, the number 17 in the LMP2 class. They are actually currently improving. So the PNSIM Drillers Esports looking to improve their time. Let's see. And they do place themselves second in class with a 119.5 from James Zuba. So he has now put themselves up 7/10 behind the leaders, but crucially ahead of the 22 and the 95, second in class for PNSIM Drillers. So those guys are looking to do well, but still 7/10 behind, and that has to be hitting hard.
Yeah, I'm afraid that is going to be a little bit demoralising, you're right, and to even be improving like that in such a competitive field, not actually gaining any positions either, it's got to be pretty disappointing, as James Zuber has actually just improved quite drastically there to a 119.5. He's now 7/10 behind Chinsick, so he's had a 10th trimmed off of his lead there, that was actually a few moments ago, about a minute ago, but James Zuber has actually improved there for Drillers, and he's up into second, starting to make some inroads into Chinsick's lead.
It's almost as if I mentioned that just before.
Oh.
No worries. It happens. It
does. It just did.
I know my English isn't that good, but
my listening skills are worse. So I'm sorry about that.
No worries.
But I'm not paying attention enough, it seems, at the moment. Getting some... this is going to sound bad now, but Ernest Lappin says he's rooting for me in the chat, and I think I need people rooting for me, to be honest, because I need to not say things that are wrong and stupid, but there you go. That's already... I don't know why he's rooting for me, but there you go. He's getting involved. But looking at the moment, looking down towards GTE again, since since things have happened in LMP2, and they'll be setting themselves up for probably another round of times in a few moments' time, or in a little while's time anyway. Looking at GT, it's very, very close between the two. I'm sure we mentioned this a little bit earlier on, but it's worth reiterating, really. Vojta Polesny's done a 26.9, which we saw earlier on, and Eros Mashuli is down there in about what I would say 7th place in GTE. He's half a second away. I know it's a little bit of a shorter circuit to what it's not like Le Mans, for example, but it's very, very close between all of these guys. To be 5/10ths off and only 7th, that's got to be pretty demoralising as well to see for people like Eros Mashuli.
Yeah, it has to be, and but it's a double-sided coin. Like, the coin has two sides. On one hand, it's gonna be demoralizing that with just a slight improvement you could be all the way into top 3, but on the other hand, you also have to remember that these guys are competitors and they see, it's right there for the taking. You maybe look at your optimal sector times, you're looking at your best sector times, you're looking at your driving, and you're thinking, with just a little bit of an improvement we could do it. It's not like a 7/10 gap or an 8/10 gap, which can seem insurmountable, which can seem impossible to do. They can see the gap, they can see that, we can just improve a little bit. Come on, guys, a little bit more. We still have time. And also, because this qualifying does run on the average of your 2 sessions, then that means that if you run well on session number 2, you could find yourself way higher than just the raw best time. So it's not only about the best lap, it's also about consistency, but certainly raw pace is the deal of the week in qualifying.
Yes, certainly, but as you mentioned, let's not forget that this is an average. So this does not set the grid. This is only qualifying 1, and it ends in about half an hour's time. So this does not set the whole entire grid for the whole entire race. We've got a bit of a half an hour break between this and the next session. Then we've got 2 more hours of racing and qualifying here for the Indianapolis 12 hours, and then the average will be taken of those 2 times, and we'll be able to provide a grid for you. Maybe not in tonight's stream, but certainly when we start to build up to the race tomorrow morning in Europe and all of Europe pretty much, we will be able to tell you what the actual grid is and how close the margins are. I'm sure they will be very, very close indeed. But as I said, we've got half an hour remaining in qualifying, and I think it's time for a little bit of a commercial break here. We'll take that right now, and we'll see you in a couple of moments after this commercial break.
12 Hours of Indianapolis is brought to you in partnership with ESRE Sports Network, Leap Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Games? Do you like esports? Do you hate watching laggy streams of tournaments on 13-inch screens? Oh my god!
Of course you do. But you don't have to worry about that anymore.
He hasn't come, son! Oh my god!
Welcome back to the GTR 24H Sprint. I'm used to saying that. It's not the Sprint Series anymore. It's the EEWC here from Indianapolis. 12-hour race that kicks off tomorrow at midday in European time. So make sure you tune in. It's going to be a great event. As you're seeing right now, we're kind of getting the warm-up and the preview to it. This is qualifying, of course, and we've entered the final half an hour of qualifying one. These guys trying to get their best times in for the race that will begin tomorrow. We've got 35 cars currently in the field at the moment. It means we're missing a few, and we do indeed know the reasons for a few. For example, the Per B Cars eSport 78 unfortunately can't even be here this weekend because the venue that they use to collaborate and go together to do this event is closed down due to you know what. So that's unfortunately them. That's unfortunately them out of this event. And I've not yet seen Scuderia Brasilia from Hypercar. I wonder if they can't actually make it at all, and they'll just start from the back of the Hypercar field in this particular event. We'll wait and find out, and we'll get some information on that to bring to you throughout the weekend. But it's still me, you, and O'Leary alongside Aussie and Baraka for this qualifying session. We're entering the final half an hour, and people are going quite quickly at the moment. We're seeing some real times come in. We're seeing a lot of improvement, actually. I just saw Jan Brojgaard go a bit quicker. Who's that really knocking on the door? Tiziano Brioni is really hammering at the moment, trying to improve, and he nearly did just then. So people have really got their act together. When you get into the final half an hour, you start to realise that you don't actually have that long left, and you've got to really start to get your act together, and that's what these guys have done.
Yeah, you start to feel like, okay, it's 2 hours, and you really have a lot of time. Like, you got multiple hours to put in the best time, but that time can really fly fast. And especially if you're trying to put that one lap in, you're like, oh man, I can't get it to hit just right. You gotta hit every apex of every single corner just right. You gotta have the setup absolutely nailed down, and then you gotta hit it with the traffic as well. The traffic management is so important, especially on that long main straight. I reckon, especially in the GD classes, you're actually gonna need a bit of draft to take the pole position to get that perfect lap. And ideally, you want the draft to start right from the last corner and then all the way through into turn number 1. And you want it on the at the start of the lap, and you want it at the end of the lap as well. Same is true in prototype classes, but in there, you also don't want the dirty air coming in that infield section. A lot of medium speed fast corners there that can really slow you down if you get too much into the draft. So it can be surprisingly difficult. Even if we got a lot of time, these guys absolutely want to use all of that time to their advantage to get those good laps in, to fiddle with the setups, get those good laps in again, and can be actually quite tiring.
Yeah, it can, certainly. You think qualifying sessions and only driving one lap at a time, going back into the pit lane and going back out again, you think that's maybe not quite so tiring because you think you've just got a break between each one, but you're still fiddling around with stuff, maybe tinkering around with the setup as well, just trying to get that perfect balance, because in qualifying you can match the setup really. You can make it completely screw the tyres, and it doesn't matter because you can put a new setup on for the race, and a new set of tyres, of course, as well. So that's might be what people are doing, just adjusting to the track conditions as well, which is certainly going to affect things. It's lighter now than it was last night for practice, and that might be playing with a few heads. We'll see. In GT3, by the way, Unison Racing have disappeared off the face of the earth, and I'm not quite sure where they've gone, but it's promoted One Move Esport to the front of that field, and we were just speculating in the break whether we've actually got a bit of a family affair going on in that team, actually, because we've got two Malbrun. Cyril and Thibaut Malbrun are both part of that team. Neither of them driving at the moment. That's Ludovic Darquis of France, who is currently on the pole position as the 42-year-old, but he is not alone. He might be with a couple of brothers, maybe a father and son. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, it would be nice to see a family of, or at least a duo, going out there as part of a team. I don't know if I've actually ever seen that before, but there you have it. We might have one here in the GTR 24H Indianapolis 12-hour this weekend.
Yeah, I know that on different simulator we got a set of three Finnish brothers. Wow. Who are all sim racers, and they are all actually part of a different team in the past. So I don't think I've ever seen the brothers actually racing together, but there is a nice bit about the eldest one of them, Joni Heikkinen, who is on the rallycross side. He has been a world championship medalist twice, and he is also the Finnish champion in 2017. And one of his younger brothers, Aleksi, is now part of the World Championship Series there as well. So we got a bit of a family history there, middle brother racing as well. And I see that happen sometimes where a set of brothers or a set of cousins are both sim racers. I don't think I remember a case where there are teammates who are siblings, but I know it might have happened in the past. I'm pretty sure it has happened in the past, either that or a father and son racing deal going on. But I think it's kind of nice, because generally the thing with brothers is that, and siblings in general, is that they always get along just swimming. Yeah, I can see nothing going wrong with that effort whatsoever.
No, I can't see anything wrong at all. I agree with that one. But the single children watching this got no idea. But they have. Yeah. But well, yeah, there you go. You'll never know. But yeah, it certainly will be the case for this one. Unison Racing have recently rejoined, by the way, and Max Brunvik has gone back out there, but Ludovic Darqui has actually been going faster while they were away, and so he's now leading GT3 by just 2 tenths. And just to give an illustration of how quickly they're going at the moment, they're actually passing some of the guys in GTE further down the field. Jan Brodskard of ID Simsport is just 2 tenths ahead of that field. Of course, that's the car that won the Sebring 12-hour overall back in 2020. Not in GTE category, I understand. It was an LMP2 car, but they have moved down category by choice for 2021. Also being overtaken by one move, Volante Racing, but their number 67. We can only presume that's their second team in terms of talent and experience, without trying to be too rude to them. Certainly they are just a little bit behind one move as well at the moment. And Team Viaducten, the overall champions from Hypercar last season in the EEWC, are also, and I've got them on the screen at the moment, they're using the beautiful new Corvette with quite a nice livery, actually very simple, but quite a nice colour going on at the moment. But they're unfortunately not going as quickly as they maybe would like to. They're both behind 2 of the GT3 cars, I'm afraid, and that can happen with the GTE and GT3 cars being so close together on pace.
It definitely can. I was also watching the number 41 entry Mugen Sim Racing GT3, and I believe that was Adam Sereci for them, behind the wheel of that one, going purple in sector 1, but then fading off a little bit towards the end of that lap. Only managing, I say only, it's still a very good lap, but only managing a 128.5, so not quite touching the GT3 leaders. And you mentioned currently the GT3 leader is actually the number 26, so that would be the One Move eSport with a 128.0. So they were trying, but not quite close enough. But in GT classes, certainly, when you look at even when you look at the GTE pole time, which is 126.9 currently, still held by the Deuces Esports entry number 74, and then you look at the fastest GT3 time, which is 128.0, they are very, very, very close.
Yeah, and we've jammed 10 GTE cars between those as well, by the way. It's pretty incredible in the GT class, in both GT classes at the moment. Truly remarkable, and I'm thoroughly looking forward to seeing how those classes get on in this Indianapolis race. One thing we have continually been mentioning, though, even pre-broadcast in the breaks and things that we've just been noticing all weekend, this track is so busy, and the first time those hypercars and those LMP2 cars have to go through those GT battles, which are going to be incredibly close. After 10-15 minutes, the P2 cars, the hypercar cars are going to be there. The GT cars are not going to have spread out yet because they're 15 minutes into the race and they're matching each other for lap times, basically. So it's going to be pandemonium when they go through there. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing it, but I'm just hoping everybody stays safe while that does actually take place.
Yeah, I mean, social distancing and all that is very important to keep keep in mind there. I wasn't gonna go there, but you mentioned staying safe. I had to. I absolutely did have to. So yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to follow the first hour. Certainly a lot of. I'm hoping I'm wrong on this, but I'm gonna predict a lot of mayhem. A couple of not so happy teams heading into the first race of the season, but these are all very skilled and very experienced teams with experienced drivers. So I'm not predicting too much of a chaos. Well, okay, a lot of chaos, but not so many accidents as much as just close calls and good, clean multi-class racing. The thing with traffic is, of course, it gives and it takes. Traffic certainly gives opportunities for great moves to catch up to somebody, but it also takes away in that when you got that nice bit of separation, let's say a couple of seconds going on after the first few laps, after the first 5-6 laps, and then after 15 minutes, your hard work gap gets taken away by a bunch of traffic, then it can be a little bit irritating, but we'll see what happens.
It can indeed, but it's a long season, and there's a lot of time for you to make up this ground. I believe we have 96 hours of racing this season, if I've got my maths right. Then 96 hours of racing. That is an awfully long time. Let's not forget about the events that are coming up as well. Obviously, we've got the Indianapolis 12 Hours this weekend, and in exactly a month's time, from the 4th to the 6th of February, we have the Silverstone 12 Hours, which is one that I'm certainly looking forward to, I must say. Then the Sebring 12 Hour, which is an iconic race happening at the start of March as well. That's the 4th to 6th of March. And then we've got a bit of I've not really seen this ever, but we've got a few months off, a bit of a spring break, as opposed to a summer break, which some championships have. We've got a spring break for this one. Not really planned, but the race has just been placed that way. June the 24th to June the 27th is the Nürburgring 12 Hours, not the full Nordschleife, I may add, unfortunately for some, but definitely fortunately for others. And then the first of two 24-hour races, the EEWC Spa 24 Hours from the 26th to the 29th of August. And then we're hoping the LAN event will take place in its entirety, or in its original form, I guess I want to say, from the 27th to the 31st of October. That event will be taking place no matter what happens, but whether it's a LAN event or an online event remains to be seen. But it's, as we were talking about yesterday, a really good calendar and 96 hours of racing. That is a lot to be contending with.
It is, and certainly everybody will have their fill of racing after this season. I don't think anyone can say, okay, it was down to luck or it was down to a chance after this season. No, you can't say that. With so much racing to do, you certainly have to prove that you are worthy, and you have to prove that you are the best team on the planet if you do win this one. And it's gonna come down to remembering that as well, because you can get a little bit antsy at the first race of the season. Certainly the first qualifying of the season is still underway with just under 13 minutes rather to go in qualifying number one. But when you get to that racing, you know the feeling. You get butterflies in the stomach, you get a little bit sweaty palms, mom spaghetti, and that whole deal.
You also kind of forget about the season ahead of you sometimes, and you pull the proverbial visor down, and you start to forget that you've actually got a very long way to go in this season. It's probably better to pace yourself rather than go steaming into turn one, but you do forget that when you're ahead of a long race. Let's hope, though, that everybody does indeed keep things clean over the first few laps, and we hope to see all these guys get to the end. Obviously, that's a naive possibility, really. It's probably not going to happen, but we do hope that all of the cars that take part, we believe it's going to be at least 35, because we've got 35 on the grid here today. 36 actually in the qualifying session at the moment. So let's hope, for our sake, entertainment's sake, and all of these drivers' sake, that they can all get to the start. And let's hope that Roy de Munich actually does get out of bed in time, because that has been known to be a possibility of getting that wrong in the past. I'm sorry if Roy's listening, or anybody who is close to him is listening, but that has happened in the past at Nürburgring. You may remember, if you weren't with us for last year's Nürburgring 12 Hour, he did accidentally miss the start because he was asleep. So yeah, that was a bit an embarrassing moment when he woke up, I can imagine.
Yeah, it would be. I've been in a situation, I think in the first 24-hour race I ever did, it was late, no, it was very early 2015. Very early 2015. I remember it was around the New Year's back then. So 2014, 2015, thereabouts. 24 hours at Spa. My first team event ever. I was a little bit anxious about it, and I was like, okay, fine. I can take the graveyard shift. I think I already drove one stint in the evening, and then I was like, fine, I'll take the 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. finish time shift. I think it was supposed to be actually 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. or something like that. Either way, I wake up to none of my teammates, but actually a driver from another team who I know very well because the Finnish community is pretty close like that. So one of them actually calling me and going, "Hey, aren't you supposed to be driving?" I'm like, "What?" He actually started the call by, "Hey, is the pillow all well? Are you feeling comfortable? Feeling nice? And yeah, you're supposed to be awake, alert, and actually driving right now." I'm like, "What? Is it already that much?" But my alarm didn't wake me up, and then I look at the clock, and I'm supposed to start at 3 a.m. And it's something like 5 to 4 a.m. or something crazy like that. I'm supposed to jump into the car, and he's like, "Yeah, your teammate has been in the car for the past 4 hours, and he would very much like to get out."
Wow.
And so I was like, "Okay, did he?" "Yeah, he just started a new stint." And I'm like, oh no. I'm like, "Fine, I have time to get some breakfast." So I made some instant coffee. And back then I used to drink instant coffee, and it's not as vile as it sounds until you realize that I put milk in it. I put the coffee in it, of course. I put a lot of sugar in it, and then it came up a little bit short, so I added an already opened energy drink can from the fridge and added that into it. And then I mixed it all, and then I pretty much drank it in 2 gulps. And it was a 0.4 liter. It was a big mug too. It wasn't like a small mug.
Did you see it again?
What?
Did you see it again in another form? Did it say hi twice?
No, I
okay.
didn't. But it was pretty wild, but it did wake me up. So there is that.
I was trying to think of a nice way to ask that, but yeah, sorry.
No worries. So that's my first 24-hour experience, and the lesson of the day, kids, is that it can happen to the best of us.
Yeah, it definitely can. It definitely can. I've not actually. I'm trying to rack my brain. Sorry, to try and think of a time when I've done a 24-hour race, but I don't think I have. The longest I've ever done is 12 driving. Anyway, I know that I've been covering it's on the bucket list certainly to do one on some kind of sim of some description. I've got to do it at some point, really, just to get the full experience. But no, not for the moment. One for later, I think. But yeah, certainly it's an experience, and waking up in time is also an important part of that. So we hope that that does go well for Roy Dominic. He's currently in 4th in the GTE category as we just get towards the end of qualifying here. Just under 10 minutes to go, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to sign off again. It's been a bit of a shorter one again, but I hope I can stay for a little bit longer next time when I'm here for the race. Hopefully I will be able to do some covering this race for the back end of it at the very least, and I look forward to it greatly. But I'm going to leave you once again in the capable hands of Ossi and Bakker, and maybe Peter will interject as well at some point throughout the rest of this qualifying session. But yeah, I will now sign off, and yeah, I will see you tomorrow for the race. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye, Ewan, and that leaves us and Peter as well, hopefully at some point here, but certainly myself to guide you through the rest of this qualifying session. We only have 7 minutes remaining. Whoa! Just watching Henry Sinekan, who was on a very good lap, but had to sadly interrupt that one. He went purple in second sector, but then he had some traffic-related issues in the last corner and interrupting that lap. So we are now at go time with all these drivers, with all teams having just a few minutes to improve their times. 999 in the LMP2 category, the 999 entry, Apastineo, Forza Polonia with Marin Pfeiffer behind the wheel of that one, was behind the wheel of that one. that's just the commentator's curse. Every time I watch somebody who's improved in the first sector, they have to sadly interrupt their laps. I hope that's not the case here with Callum Wilson in the 404, which, unlike their number would suggest, is actually found, the Glam Racing team. And I love that name, I love that livery. There is not enough purple and white in racing, in my opinion. And they are, well, they're currently sitting pretty much in the back end of their class, Peter, but Callum Wilson looking to improve in these dying minutes.
I am not aware. I'm working frantically on trying to get ourselves an overview of the standings. Right now we are, because of changes to the web page that we wanted to show more details about the teams, that seems to cause some database flooding when search engines really want to run through the website. That's completely unrelated to racing, but somehow it has impact on our standings. So yeah, I've been working frantically while trying to follow what you guys are commentating on and selecting the right computer. I've been doing some web programming and trying to get this this thing up and running again. I think I'm close because we want to have a standings table of from the end of the qualifying, of course. So doing the best I can.
Yes, of course, technical issues, they are such a rare thing on a live broadcast. Never happens. Nowhere where I've been has ever been technical issues. I think this is the first time, so of course we are trying our best. Certainly our little elves in the back room are trying their best to sort that out together. Watching
people do seem to get quite angry at OBS for causing these kind of problems, but for once I can assure you this has nothing to do with OBS. This is straight from the web server on our web host that just simply cannot cope with the amount of traffic.
Yeah, and that means
I think I've got it now, Ashin. Here we go.
Oh, do we have an overview
let it load.
Of the standings?
Yes, let it load. Henry Sinek leads a hypercar with a 1:17.6, not that far from the time they did a 1:17.8 something yesterday during practice, I believe. Varga Sim Racing, to me, surprising at least, is leading with a 1:18.8. Mutant Sim Racing number 2, and Drillers Esport down in third place. Volanti Racing, the 66 car, with a 1:26.908 is leading GTE, followed by 74 Deuces Motorsport and the HM Engineering Corvette that sort of was left out of the Le Mans race. GT3 in its Unison Racing, as I predicted yesterday as well when I saw the driver lineup. They've got that one. Omicron Racing, not that far off. Drillers Esport in Hypercar, it's a 0.726 and a 0.8 something to third place. Well,
yeah, that's the standings so far, and I think on the prototype classes with the Hypercar and with the LMP2, we are not looking at such close battles at the moment. We're just looking 7/10ths of a gap between the leading duos in those ones. In both classes, actually, it's it's 0.694 in the LMP2, but you get my point. It's around 7/10ths in both of those classes. But with GDE, for example,
God, look at the intervals in GT3, Ashin.
Yeah,
I look at GT3, see the intervals.
Yeah, exactly. You got only 0.03. You got 3/100ths of a second between the 717 and the number 41. So certainly those guys are trying to improve to the best of their possibility. And then you got the 13 as well. Only 7/100ths of a second behind the lead, only 4/100ths of a second behind the second place. So you got Unison Racing, you got Mugen Sim Racing, and you got Danish Racing League entries all within 1/10 of a second. I believe we still do have a couple of minutes. Well, we got 2 minutes left in the qualifying, and I'm currently watching the number 41 entry which is of course the Mugen Sim Racing entry. They're going out there. They're going for one more lap with Adam Sereci behind the wheel of that one. So it's going to be very, very interesting what the 41 can pull off here. Can they actually put in one more lap? Can they improve? Can they take that lead away? Well, it's at the very capable hands of the 17-year-old Adam from Budapest, Hungary.
A couple of LMT2s having an incident right in the front of Adam there. From the data, it seems Adam is the fastest driver of that car. He's listed as the first driver anyway.
And that's an important information, of course. Teams tend to list the first driver, their primary driver, as their first driver. So that's Adam, and only 17 years old, mind. So that's a very young gun, and still got plenty of opportunities to improve ahead of him. He's been racing for 3 years already, and got a lot of international experience from various top class international endurance leagues. But certainly this is his chance to show what he's got here on GDR 24 hours in Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Yeah.
Someone different than Unison Racing, I think, has taken pole in GT3 now, because I'm having a timing glitch here, which usually means that someone's been pushed around in positions.
No, I think it's still Unison. I think it's still that 717. Yeah.
It is.
So Adam starting his final lap in the number 41. Let's see if the Mugen Sim Racing can pull off a blitz of a lap here. Mind, they don't need to improve much. It's 3/100ths of a second between them and the Unison Racing in the lead. But this is the lap. Look at the traffic, Peter. It looks good. It doesn't
Sector
look
1
like
is closed now, so everyone that's not in Sector 2 won't be able to complete the lap. You can see at the top of the screen by the fast blinking Sector 1. Sector 2 is still green. So we're down to the last laps now.
Yeah, we are. So Adam Sereci, 27.499. His time in sector number 1. That's actually not great, but that is number 13 now, taking the lead in class. Taking the lead in the GD3 class on the dying hours. That's the Danish Sim Racing League entry. Sebastian Hove putting his hovercraft on and taking the lead with a 1:28.111. So that's now almost a tenth of a second away. Let's see what Sereci can do. He's not quite there, unfortunately, on the timing sheets. He's a little bit behind in sector 2, 36.29 compared to 36.1 by Hove in his fast lap. Unless he gets an absolutely miraculous main straight here, got that top speed running, then I don't think he can do it. Let's see the times here. 28.2 for the bit. Oh no, that's a 28.4. So Adam not quite able to pull it off on the last lap, but Sebastian Hove taking it away on the dying minutes of this qualifying, on the last possible opportunity, Peter. That's what I would call drama.
Let's see if we can get some interviews after this, because I think everyone has finished their laps. Now, so maybe we should go to a quick commercial break and then see if we can get some of the drivers in for interviews.
Yeah, we can do that. Let's go.
Yeah, we'll be back right after this.
12 Hours of Indianapolis is brought to you in partnership with ESRE Sports Network, Leak Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
screens?
Do you like esports? Do you hate watching laggy streams of tournaments on 13-inch screens? Oh my god!
Of course you do. But you don't have to worry about that anymore.
He has a jump, son! Oh my god!
Hello, guys. We're back from the sort of pause between the two qualifying sessions. I guess we're ready for some driver interviews, and we had one Nick Newcomb poke us just a second ago.
Yeah, we did have the driver from the number 74 entry, who are, of course, a little bit surprisingly, sitting on the pole position. Vojta Polechny from the USS Motorsport Club, who is supposed to be on a little bit later, but we got right now Nick Newcomb from that team, the GDE pole sitters. That must sound good.
Well, we don't know if we got pole yet because we think we got jumped.
Provisional pole sitter.
Yeah, provisional. So we'll have to see. I'm looking back over the replay. But at the minute, Vojta, that's his best time he's done. So you can't ask any more of that. So that's the best thing. And surprisingly, he's just said he thinks he can go quicker. He said he's on the night session. He's looking forward to the night session. He thinks he can go and sort of like solidify that spot. So let's see what happens. And we've got João Barbosa is going to join in this session as well, I think. So we've got double attack.
Yeah, that's very good. That's very good. So I don't suppose they're putting Nick Newcomb in the car then?
No, I'm just there for support and biscuits and cups of tea.
Fair enough. I mean, every driver, I would want somebody to bring me biscuits and cups of tea in qualifying stints, because it has to be stressful.
Yeah.
What was the feeling like in that 74 USS Motorsport?
Well, it was good. It was tense, like because of the time, and when you set your personal best in a qualifying session, it's you got to be pleased with that, and he certainly was. And then he's looking forward to the next session. So that's all good. We've done some good practice sessions this week, and we're happy with the race pace as well. We're just showing that the Porsches, at least on this track, is going to stand up to the other cars.
Can I ask a question, Nick?
Yep.
That's been bugging my mind watching this. What was traffic like?
It was a nightmare. Basically, it doesn't matter what class you're in. It doesn't matter what class you're in, because even coming out the pits, you were like maybe having to be stationary for a good 5, 10, maybe 15 seconds as a stream of cars came down the front stretch. And then obviously that can alter your vision going into turn one. I suppose if if you're wondering if that car's going to hold station or move into the line or whatever, but our P2 car had the same issues. Going to be ready to put in a personal best, and then traffic at the wrong spot just kills your lap. And I think every driver would say the same. Every driver that drove in that session will say the same. But I think that's what makes it so good, and that's why it makes so interesting. And because you've got two 2-hour sessions, And what you're looking for out of that 4 hours in total is 2 banker laps that are going to put you near enough to the front of the grid as you can go.
Yeah, well, from the intervals between the cars, it definitely looked like everyone did have that chance to put in at least one good lap, because that was extremely close.
Very close. I think at one stage I sent a message it was like between first and fifth in the GTE class alone. It was 0.5 separated the top 5 cars, which is insane. It shows the quality of the class is extreme, and same in LMP2 in the GT3 class. It's I think it's a great competition that is going to get underway tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow morning if you're in the UK, and can't wait for it, mate. Can't wait.
Neither can we. Austin, can you see if we got any other people in the green room?
Yeah, I'll drop down to my teammate and soothe them with water.
Yeah. Thank you, Nick Newcomb, for coming down to an interview. And he's there, and he's alone now, supplying water from the green room to his teammates. And I think that's all of the interviews we actually have after qualifying one. Nobody else wants to talk to us.
Sadly.
So sad. But
sad.
So that's it with qualifying number 1. Remember that the qualifying results are, as we were just reminded, qualifying results are combined, or the average lap time rather, from qualifying number 1 and qualifying number 2. And the second qualifying session will be up in around 20 minutes time. So we'll be seeing you 10 joining in on qualifying number 2, and 10 will go through the final grid order after that. So 12 hours of Indianapolis coming up tomorrow, but first up we have to find out at what order will these drivers starting. It's gonna be night, it's gonna be hot, and it's gonna be close, at least in the GD classes. Who's gonna take the pole position? Who is gonna take their first claim at being the fastest teams in each of these classes? Find out in 20 minutes time.
I was working on trying to get us some data that we could walk through the results of qualifying 1, Arsenal. We're so fortunate we're using a program called Simutils for data here. We can sort of piece together from these recordings what actually happened, because I really want to run through the positions now, so that people know if they didn't see them. I want to send you a link as well, Austin, so you can follow me on this. So I think this one is the oldest. This one's the oldest one. That's from 2058. 57. There is one newer than this, but then we're missing a hypercar.
Yeah. But what I can
because they left the server.
Yeah, so what I can tell you is that it's the number 10 PinSim Drills Esports on the overall pole, with her best lap in the last session being a 1:17.6, and 10 on the LMP2 category. I seem to remember that a couple of guys were doing really well. I think now this is. I'm going on a limb here, pretty much. I'm going to just be reminded, but I think it might have been the Vaga Sim Racing entry that was on the pole. Yeah, it was on the pole by 0.7 of a second. That was the big gap. And then we had the smaller gaps, of course, in the GD categories with the number 74, Deuces Motorsports Club. We had the pleasure of talking to Nick Newcomb just now. They are in the provisional pole position on the GDE class, I think.
Even though I'm sad to say that they're not showing up. They're not showing up as the leaders in any of this. So I might have to go back and take an even older one. They might have left at the end of qualifying as well.
Naughty boys.
So we got one with 38. We got one with 38 cars here. That must be the one with most drivers. And actually, from the look of this, it looks like Deuces Motorsports did not take pole.
Oh.
The number 66 Volanti Racing actually did a 126.908 as to the 126.946 by Deuces Motorsport. So that's your countryman, Pauli Ahonen.
Yes, Pauli Ahonen taking the fastest lap there. We reckon, mind you, we will be more up to the air with the results later on. In the qualifying, these are just provisional results, but looks like I was wrong all the time. Of course, the reason why we kind of missed the GTE battle is that we had such a close fight on the GT3 category, and at the end, right at the dying seconds of the qualifying, it was the number 13 Danish Racing League GT3 entry with Sebastian Hove putting on a blistering lap time and taking the GT3 pole, or the provisional GT3 pole, right from the strong grip of the 717 Unison Racing, with the 41 Mugen Sim Racing being right at the mix near the end. So that's your results after qualifying number 1. But mind you, they still need to put in a good lap time on qualifying number 2 to really take that pole position and really start the race tomorrow from the best possible standpoint.
You are, by the way, excused, Ocean, for the for the mistake about the GTE class, because the 66 Volanti Racing did set this time on his very last counting lap. I can see that by the time that the session ended, he was actually on track and setting this lap. And the 74 car was in pit lane. So this was his last lap in the very dying minutes of the session.
That's talking about timing. They were chasing the 74 for what I remember. I was watching the qualifying and they were like half a tenth away from each other all that time. And then suddenly they just weren't there anymore.
Oh. We got images back from the track. It's the only Ligier LMP2 car in the field. B32 having a bit of a tangle with the is it the 188 or 199 ID SimSport car. I don't think you can blame that on this ID SimSport car.
No, it happens sometimes. Let's put it that way. It happens sometimes with the guys being so close in qualifying and everybody trying to get those good laps going early on. Of course, we still have 2.5 hours to go, and this is now dark qualifying. There is no longer light on track. It's darkness, just like in the last practices yesterday. So, Peter, that's gonna make things very, very interesting indeed.
Some like it more, Ocean. Some actually find that the dark makes them focus even more on when they only just see the track. So some drivers are actually faster in the dark.
You are, because the track temps are a little bit lower, and you can sometimes, especially in the hot summer months, you can get less track temp, and meaning the tires can perform better. You get some better grip in the darkness, so they can go a little bit faster. And of course, for some drivers, I suppose Pauli Ahonen, because he's a Finn, the dark makes him feel right at home.
He'll feel like a warm embrace from his mother.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what that feels like.
Constant darkness. Well, we actually do have some snow, and we talked yesterday how awesome it would be to have actually snow and ice on R Factor, so you could have the realistic conditions.
Yeah, we did.
But I think a lot of drivers will prefer the dry tarmac conditions that we have going on at this moment. Starting to get some lap times in already in this second qualifying session with Thomas Garcia in the number 80, taking the overall lead with a 120.1. But that's not very fast yet. We are expecting that Omicron Sim Racing and other teams can improve once these times, once this qualifying advances, once we get some rubber laid down on the track, because currently the list is looking very much a provisional one.
I'm looking at the weather report on the live stream here, and I'm thinking where the where's that getting its data from? Because that doesn't look entirely right. I'm going to have to go and check with the website if we're not still getting beat down by traffic and search engines, because the right weather is the one that's up on the front page of the website. We can also go to let's try and do the weather radar overlay here on the live stream to look at there's Indianapolis is right in the middle of the screen there. The text bit in the middle that you can't read is the town of Indianapolis, and there is light rain actually going on, or light snow even.
That's very interesting. So that would explain why the times are a little bit slower. Though, with that said, on the live timing, the track wetness currently is at 0, so we're not on rainy conditions. But it's gonna throw a real wrench in the works if there is a chance of rain, because a lot of these teams and a lot of these drivers want to get their laps out early on before the track gets any wetter, and that means we're seeing a lot of cars on track right now. We're seeing a lot of traffic as well, and we see a lot of drivers who are anxious, and that's gonna be a real problem for the teams who are not here yet, who decided that well, maybe we don't need to put in the optimal lap times just yet, maybe we don't need to, we can wait a little bit, the track's gonna improve, and then they come back and they see a flood going on, just like on the website.
The weather is moving in from the northeast, and sadly we don't have clear radar data through this service that we're using, which is provided by rainviewer.com. We don't have proper images, so we can't see it. It's at a drizzle point right now, so that might be such low rain that it's not even making the racetrack surface wet at all. It's just very moist air is what I think it is.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any rain on track. I'm not seeing any wipers running. I'm not seeing drivers being bothered by that. So, but it's still a very real possibility that if you get some light drizzle, then it might get a little bit harder later on. It might get a little bit more difficult to actually put in those good lap times, because of course, Peter, a little bit of information here, I'm not sure many people know this, but when it's raining and the track surface is more slippery, there is less grip, and that means slower lap times.
Exactly. Exactly. That is it.
So we also got a question from chat, and I'm throwing you a little bit under the bus here, Peter, but any news on One Move Esport GD3 time? They got a disqualification. Does that change anything?
We will have to see with race control and what they are doing. Now that we're mentioning it on stream now, there might be someone from race control reacting to it, but
I can go ask them.
We could do a text message for either one of the race control guys and see if they have any information on what's going on. Of course, they might not even know the full situation yet as well, because sometimes they'll have to gather information from the team to know what is actually going on, and they might not have had this information yet. Not many cars on the server yet in this intermission. I'm really sad that we're not getting any more drivers in here for interviews. As we're here with the 007 Pro Sim car, they would have finished qualifying in overall P9. I think that would have made them about P7 or P6 in class, actually.
Yeah. So one thing I do want to mention is that the race control is currently looking into the One Move Esports GD3 situation. So investigating it right now. Team number 26, One Move Esports, got a disqualification on the timing sheet in the time, and that is because they did press escape on turn number 1. I can inform you. So that's something you cannot do, but whether they can keep their time or not, they are investigating, and we'll come back to you when we have more information regarding them. That's a question from chat, and it will be answered once there is a decision from race control. Rest assured on that one. So, but yeah, warning for anyone, do not do that. It's not a great idea.
That'll cost you your lap time.
Yeah.
And I think they'll get entirely disqualified from qualifying. I don't know if any of the times they did before doing that will get included, but we did see some teams on Le Mans actually pressing escape from the track and doing the very unrealistic teleportation back to pit lane on the Le Mans track as well before they got any times, and I remember, if I am correct, that one team actually didn't get a time in either qualifying 1 or qualifying 2 just because they did that.
That's going to be a real hit for them, but I'm sure during 12 hours of racing they can eventually come back. So, speaking of the One Move Esport team, who are of course the number 26, I do believe. Yes, they are number 26. They are still here in session number 2, putting in some good lap times. They are actually in second place in class at the moment in the GD3 class with the 41 leading there. So they have the pace, and you never wish for anyone to get disqualified from a session. You never wish for a fast team to get bad luck or misread the rules or maybe have unfortunate things that cause them to start from the back of the pack. But it would be interesting to see them trying to fight their way back during the 12 hours of Indianapolis tomorrow. So that's going to be something to watch out for. But as said, we will come back to you with more information regarding that one. So at the moment we have 28 cars. We have over 30 cars on track at the moment. Just a couple of teams with no times as of yet, but we have 31 teams on track at the moment. Setting this Indianapolis track alight and slowly but surely trying to improve their standing.
5 minutes, by the way, until the second qualifying is going to start.
Yeah, so still practice going on. Some teams getting underway on that one. We have also a question from the chat. What is the most beautiful livery? And we can see them all on our spotter guide. Of course, you can find it on the front page of GDR24. H.org. But Peter, I'm gonna throw this to you because you have seen all the liveries so far. What do you think is the most beautiful one?
45 DRS SimLab Porsche is by far and away the nicest looking car of all the cars.
Let's see if I can
by a margin in my book.
Well, they are currently in the pits, but you can see it sitting in the pit lane, white livery with triple stripes. I do like that. It's very, very, very traditional, and
it's clean. It's simple, and they got the SimLab thing going on with the vertical stripes on the side as well.
Yeah, there is also a lot of votes in the chat for the number 66 entry. Of course, coming from some drivers of that team, the Volante Racing GDE car. So
they're good looking. They're good looking as well. Both of the cars, actually, both 66 and 67. They look a lot alike. So if the guys on that team can kind of clue us in on what to look for, that's actually the difference between those guys.
Yeah, doing very well in the paint department, certainly. Gonna find out if they also do very well on the race department, and we're not talking about the website this time. So a lot of love for the team, but I think that's acceptable. I think that's honestly, if you want to rep for some team, why not make it your own team? Watching the 67 right now here on Luka Fedlik behind the wheel of that one. That's of course the Volante Racing entry, and I do quite like that one. With that said, I cannot ignore the 404, who are also sadly on the pit right now, but the Glam Racing entry, I love that one.
Yes, I think it's very, very good looking as well. I just have a thing with the purple and blacks together. I'm sorry, but that's not my thing.
Okay, that's fair enough.
That's personal taste.
Yeah, that's the good thing about taste is that everybody has one, and everyone else can disagree with it.
That's exactly right. Well, I think we should go to a quick commercial break so that we will be back by the start of qualifying instead of in the middle of qualifying as like when we started the live stream due to a bunch of technical issues. But stay tuned. We'll be back right after this.
12 Hours of Indianapolis is brought to you in partnership with ESRE Sports Network, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Games? Do you like esports? Do you hate watching laggy streams of tournaments on 13-inch screens? Oh my god!
Of course you do. But you don't have to worry about that anymore.
He has a jump, son! Oh my god!
Welcome back. This is the qualifying number 2 for the 12 Hours of Indianapolis, the first round of Endurance E Racing World Championship in season 2021. We are indeed underway, and these drivers have 2 hours to set a good blistering lap time in combination with their qualifying one times that will set the grid for tomorrow's 12-hour spectacle. Now, we do have some news. I'm Sempo Hakka. Joining me here is Peter Munkholm. Peter, we have some information from the number 26, the situation with that team. They did ask earlier on, what is the deal with One Move Esports? They were disqualified from session number 1. Well, we just got word from Race Control. The number 26 One Move Esports is disqualified in session number 1 and in session number 2.
No word as to why?
No mercy. I think that's because they pressed escape in turn number 1. So that's no mercy. That's harsh, but that's how it's gonna go.
That would be the equivalent of parking the car in turn 1 and leaving the track. So yeah, I guess.
Currently, by the way, we are starting to get some times on board as well. Gilly Toman in the 117 taking the provisional pole in the LMP2 class. Of course, that's still very early on, but the Vaga Sim Racing, they were the fastest LMP2 team in session number 1. They are certainly looking to beat that in session number 2 as well. And Drillos Esport, the number 10, who were the fastest hypercar team, well, they got a different driver behind the wheel now. It's no longer in that number 10 is Henry Sinnick behind the wheel. Now they got Martin Hemmingsen, the Danish driver, but he's not looking slow either. He's taken his own place at the top of the leaderboard, and with his driver starting to get times in, we can start speculating a little bit. 2 hours in the darkness. Of course, the threat of rain has been something people have been worried about, so getting those times in early on is a real important thing.
It does say possible light rain. So it might not even be enough to hit the track, and I don't know how these data come. The data that's determining the weather on the server is coming from Dark Sky, the service that last year was bought by Apple. So it's used by a lot of apps on the iPhone, weather apps on the iPhone. So I suspect that data to be pretty accurate. I expect that to be more accurate actually than the RainViewer map, because I don't know where RainViewer gets their data from the radar images as well. But Ocean, there is a difference between a radar image that's looking at a maybe 50 meter high sort of view of what's falling down through the air, and then weather stations that's placed in, I think it's about 2 meters of height. That'll be about 5.5 feet, right? Something like that.
That's 7 feet. That's 7 feet.
7 feet, yeah. So there's a big difference between the weather in a height of 7 feet and a height of, a couple of 100 yards maybe.
Actually, I think it's 6 foot 7, 6 foot 8 or something. Yeah. But 7 feet thereabouts anyway.
Yeah. So
why can't you use normal units?
But just to make it international, I've mentioned now both the imperial and metric measurements. So that will be the reason why you can see something different happening on the radar images than what is actually happening on the ground.
Yeah, and speaking of different units, the air temperature, since we are talking about weather, which is always so interesting, but we should mention that the air temp right now I'm looking at is 293 Kelvin.
Yeah.
So that's around 20 degrees Celsius.
Completely different unit.
Yeah, it is. It's about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. It's about 293 degrees Kelvin. Kelvin is one of my favorite weather units to use for measurement, because the 0 point of that is the absolute zero. So it can never get to negative.
No, that is the scientific unit of temperature measurement.
And I, of course, as a man of science, I love it. The mad scientist from Finland. I have a white lab coat. So, even though you are actually a better lookalike for a mad scientist, I think you could play one in movies. They love Danish villains in movies.
Yeah, they do. I don't know why. Like British people and Danish people always sort of gets to play the villain in all movies.
That they do indeed. So time starting to clean on the board. A couple of drivers different than in session 1. I'm seeing a lot of new names, and one guy who is currently not on track is actually taking a pit stop. Is driving the number 66 in the GTE category. So
pay attention here as well, Ashin. Look at how close the pit boxes, the pit stop stalls are at the beginning of the pit lane, because there had to be made extra room to have these 40-something cars racing on track. So I'm guessing we'll see during the race as well, when people come into pit, that they'll take this sort of weird line and go really deep towards the garages, and then to turn the car back out again and make the pit stop, so that the car is actually kind of screwed in direction, because then they'll be able to easily get out from the pit stall instead of having to reverse and turn around a car that might come in and park in front of them.
I got another interesting bit of information that's actually very intriguing, especially come first pit stops tomorrow in racing conditions. But Donat Prodan is now driving the 66 entry Volante, of course. They were the pole sitters in Volante Racing. They were the eventual pole sitters in session number 1, putting in the fastest time in qualifying number 1 there. But differences between some drivers in that team. Donat Prodan, okay, he was born in late year 2000, so he's actually a product of the new millennium. So he's 20 years old right now. He's a Croatian driver.
And cassette recorders, just coming up with things that he doesn't even know what is. Sorry?
He's post MP3. He's post MP3. Which means, of course, that he would have his format of listening to music since a child would have been the MP3 format. He would know CDs, but yeah, we're not going about boomers versus zoomers here. Hold that argument. But he was born in year 2000, right? His teammate Pauli Ahonen from Finland. He's been playing racing games since 2000. And we also got drivers in this series who have been sim racing for longer than Donat Prodan has been alive. And we got a couple of other cases here as well, but that just goes to show you, it's not all just young guys, 20-year-old guys, 25-year-old guys, or even 15-year-old guys who are driving in this series. We got quite significant advantages or differences rather in experience and in age and in racing.
Certainly, that's one thing that sim racing is really opening up towards, is that most series you don't have to take like a license that's dependent on your age, because you're not like causing any kind of security issues for other drivers in the way that you would be in real life with insurance and stuff like that, where you have to be of legal age to participate. We don't have that here. So anyone, even if you're 5 years old and you're a good enough driver, I guess you could participate. One thing, though, I want to get back to, Ashin, is you mentioned tactics on the first pit stop, because, of course, most of these cars are balanced in a way that they will hit, the same class of car will hit the first pit stop at the same time. So, with these small pit stalls, these small garages and everything, that is going to present an issue to many teams. So, I might be giving away a bit of tactics here, but don't you think that it would be wise for some of the guys to really do maybe a short first stint and get out of the routine with the other guys, just to have a free pit lane that you can make a quick pit stop and then get right back out there?
Yes and no. In endurance racing, you usually want to go as long as possible in every single stint. So you got to do fuel saving, especially if you're like P5, P6 in class, you're in some heavy traffic, and you will be in heavy multi-class traffic. But if you're also in traffic in your own class, you want to be going as long as possible. That's the standard strategy. But in a situation like this, where you could be pitting in a Pac-10, I suppose it would make sense to get out of the traffic jam to eliminate any possible collisions and so on. So it's going to be a bit of give and take, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see what these drivers choose to do. Speaking of drivers choosing to do something, here is Michel D'Alessandro driving for the number 7 Pescara ADG team, and they are right now leading qualifying number 2 in the GTE class.
Yes, they are indeed. Very fast pace there as well. Not even a slow lap, a 128.2. But yeah, let's see what the other cars can do. Even though I see... Come on, give us the GG times. There we go. Yeah, most of the fast teams have actually already been on track and setting a time. We've got Deuces Motorsport that hasn't set a time yet. The 31-1 Move Esport is, of course, in the garage. I would short fuel the car just a little bit on the first run, just because of the risk of having collisions in pit lane. And if you get aero damage on this track with a very long front straight with a corner, that is going to hunt you all the way through the race. Unless, of course, you get involved in something that is going to damage the car so hard that you're going to choose to do a complete rejoin to the server, which would sort of simulate changing out body parts and whatever, having that extra long pit stop to make the car run like a fresh car again. There is a lap penalty involved if you choose to do that. So that'll be kind of a tactical equation that you're going to have to do. Has our car lost enough pace right now that if we keep running, we're just going to keep losing time to the competitors around us, and it's better for us to take the loss now and then have a car that we can regain positions. Lots of tactical strategic choices are going to come up during this 12-hour race at Indianapolis.
Yeah, I would never do that. I would never, ever short fuel the car. The reason being, okay, it might make sense if you are planning to run a shorter stint, but what if somebody else does that? What if you want to, you find yourself in a situation either in a lot of traffic or you want to change it? Because the thing with endurance racing is that the situation always changes. You got to adapt. So I would go with full tank of fuel and just go, okay, if we are in a situation where we are in a position to run a long stint to fuel save and not in a lot of traffic around us, then why not do that? Why not change it up? But if we find ourselves in a situation like, okay, let's cut it 2 laps short or 3 laps short, then you can do it and take the advantage of a little bit shorter pit stop because it takes less time to put the fuel in. So I would always start with full fuel, but that's just me and that's just my experience from endurance racing and how I would do it. So it's going to be interesting to certainly hear and see the discussions going on in teams. And if you do want to hear some discussions in those teams, then you can always open the live timing, which you can find at timing.gdr24h.org, and that's timing.gdr24h.org, and you can click on the radio tower next to each and every car, and then you can listen in as a spy on their TeamSpeak channel, on their radio channel, and kind of hear what discussions been going on, what discussions are they wondering, what are the strategic implications of that. And teams are aware that this is an option, so I'm not sure how much they're actually going to discuss live on air, because of course rival teams can always jump in and listen in as well.
Yeah, that's ups and downs on that. But if you are a rival in any class, do you really have the manpower to sit and listen in on 10, 12 other teams' radio channels? That's a bit of a tough job. I know I wouldn't, and I possibly couldn't even use the information anyway, because I'm on track and I can see the other cars on track and see what they're doing, and my pit crew would have taken note of when they last did their pit stops and what tires the competition is on anyway. So It's mostly there for entertainment purposes and bringing the spectators as close to the racing as we possibly can. Speaking of close to the racing, if teams have their video live stream media in their registrations or profiles as well, that the links for that will show up as well. That could be Twitch or YouTube or even Facebook pages as well.
The 959 just put themselves on the second place in the GDE grid. That's the HM engineering entry with Kevin Ryan behind the wheel. So I'm not actually seeing him even on the spotter guide. Oh well. So Kevin Ryan, the driver registered for the 959 team, they're currently sitting in second place with the HM engineering car, putting in a 128.338, and that's only 4/100ths of a second behind the leading Pescara ADG. So they put in a nice lap time and certainly elevating themselves up in the standings, currently ahead of the Volante Racing, the 66, and ahead of the both Musto GD Esports entries as well. So that's a good time.
Yeah, I wanna apologize for the wrong showing of that as the car 66 and car 66 livery. Yeah, I do have some reset buttons, but we have two new machines in the studio, so everything hasn't exactly been playing along as we would like. So I couldn't really reset that fast enough. But it is showing Kevin Ryan right now in the 959 car as he is entering the pit lane in the last generation Corvette C7. GTE car. Interesting to have both Corvette versions on track. You'll know that the last year's champions from Team Viaducten is racing in the Corvette C8R, and there's a particular reason why they're doing that, because of course Viaducten is the youth club where Danish driver and dad of another Danish driver, Kevin Magnussen, the Formula 1 driver, his dad, Jan Magnussen, is actually kind of closely related to that team, and I know he's helping them on setups and other stuff as well in that youth club in Roskilde, Denmark.
Roskilde?
Yes.
Isn't that where the rock festival is?
Yes, that is also where the rock festival used to be before the human malware situation.
Oh yeah, human malware, I like that. Isn't that also where you had a racetrack back in the day? There was a racetrack in Denmark, in Roskilde. A very small one.
Indeed, there was almost like an oval with an extra corner was what it was, but quite small. Yes, but it's very close to Copenhagen. So in the early 60s, it was quite popular for people from Copenhagen coming out to see the races on Sundays. In fact, to a degree where it got to be just a little bit too dangerous with the spectators way too close to the track, and there wasn't really any opportunities of expanding the track or doing anything. So I think the track mostly got closed down due to safety related issues.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. That's what happened to the original track in Helsinki as well, but Eläintarha, the Djurgården circuit. But we have to now, I suppose, get back to talking about the racing that's going on track. I'm happy to finally see the 404 on track and seeing it in the under the bright lights or not so bright lights of Indianapolis circuit, Indianapolis Speedway, glamour racing with the diamond going on there. Are you still thinking that's ugly? You still don't like it? Because I like it.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's ugly, but it's just not to my taste. You know, there's things rolling around there that are prettier than this car. It's not ugly. I don't really think there's any of the cars that can be described directly as ugly in my mind. But you know, differences of opinion.
Yeah, we don't have the Delta Wing out there.
Is that even a car?
Yeah, that Delta Wing, that used to be a thing. I remember it being
I know
a thing.
the car. I know the thing, but can you really describe it as a car? I don't know.
Well, it's Japanese, wasn't it? Nissan Delta Wing. I think it was a Nissan project. So if it's a Japanese manufacturer, then it's a car. Everything else is a vehicle.
Maybe, as far as I know, have to correct you on that. The Nissan was actually the second incarnation of that. Nissan borrowed the design to make the electric car that would do an all-electric lap, the first all-electric lap at Le Mans. They actually did. But there was a Delta Wing project even before that. I can't remember who was involved in that. Then after the Nissan thing, American medical guy, Don Paynes from the Paynes race team and Paynes car company as well, actually built the car without having the proper licenses, because he's always been in love with doing these kind of special race cars and wanted to do something strange. So they actually ended up in a legal fight about the Delta Wing car, because they were running it for 2 or 3 years in what was to become the IMSA series before. That was the American Le Mans series before it became the IMSA series when
they started in 2012. So they debuted in 2012, 24 Hours of Le Mans. It was designed by American race car designer and engineer Ben Bowlby.
Yes.
And debuted at the 2012 24 Hours of Le Mans. It was ran under the Project 56 name. And
Garage
also
56,
Dan Gurney's All American Racers was involved in the construction of that one. So Don Panos then got involved in that one as well, and then it ran as the Nissan Delta Wing. In also the 24 Hours of Le Mans 2012.
Yeah.
So that's the history of that car, why we brought it up. If you are unfamiliar with what we are talking about, please put Delta Wing on Google and please research, because it is a pretty funny story and certainly a pretty unique looking race car. Certainly sounds more like a self-pleasuring device than a race car, but that's just my opinion.
The 766 of DSR Dream Team here getting sort of taken out by the Forza Polonia car. That wasn't on purpose. That was quite a misfortunate event there.
Yeah, that's not what you wanna see, but it can certainly happen. It can easily happen. The 15 improving in the LMP2 class. I'm watching the B32 racing as well in the LMP2 class. Those guys certainly have been historically very fast. Currently second to last in their class at this moment, but that's just at this moment. Putting in some green on the board, looking to try and improve. 2 tenths behind the 777 entry. So a lot of new teams in new classes if you're just tuning in, and the last race you've been watching is maybe the Le Mans 24 Hours from last season. You might be wondering what are B32 Racing doing in the LMP2 class where they're driving. But a lot of shuffling around the classes, Peter, and a lot of new teams in new classes. Will be interesting to see how they fare on at the start of this season.
I'm looking so much forward to the race tomorrow. Like, I cannot wait for this to happen. We've been preparing all the way since October, since the Le Mans race, to get this thing underway as well. We've worked very, very hard with all of our sort of broadcast partners since then as well. So we've got a lot of viewers out there right now that are not the usual viewers on either Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook, or wherever else we're streaming this to. This is actually going out live on various TV stations as well. I don't have the exact plan for if qualifying is going out, but certainly the race will do, so you can pick that up on other streaming platforms designed for smart TVs and stuff like that, as well as these TV channels. I know it's on Apple TV, it's on Samsung Plus, it's on Roku, Sumo, Stir, a lot of various of these sort of in-app streaming channels will feature this race.
And that's great. That's great to have them all live. Certainly looking forward to the race tomorrow. Now that we've been watching the first part of the qualifying and we've been certainly involved in seeing that one, what do you think, Peter? We talked yesterday about our favorites for winning and our predictions. Now that we are halfway through the qualifying, a little bit over halfway through the entire qualifying, and with almost half an hour done before the before the second qualifying session is over. How how have any of your predictions changed? What do you think? Who have been the surprises so far? Who have been maybe the disappointments so far?
I'm thinking a little bit about that. The first one that now we saw them on stream is B32. I am surprised that Ligier, the only Ligier in LMP2 class, is that far down. But I am seeing that their qualifying pace now is very, very close to their race pace. So maybe they are not aiming to do a qualifying pass as such. Maybe they're going more for like race pace during qualifying, just taking that extra time to adjust their gear and everything. I know a lot of them are racing from the same location. They've got their own kind of clubhouse actually located here in Middelfart, about maybe 10 kilometers away from me. So yeah, a little bit surprised to see them there. Other than that, not really surprised. I would have liked to see the number 80 Omicron car a little bit closer to Pinsim drillers. They put up some good lap times during practice yesterday, and at one point actually did have pole position during practice. But as predicted, we said there's a clear favorite in every class. I don't really know about the GT3 class though. I would have to say now that the 717, because I didn't see the driver lineup for that before actually the closing of the stream yesterday, but the 717 car would be the favorite for GT3 as well. And then it's much harder to predict who's going to be the second car in each class. That would really... Just looking at the differences right now in LMP2 from the second place car all the way down to I think 5th or 7th place, there's just half a second. So you got 5 or 6 cars inside half a second.
You know what? Who I would pick as the second place in my GD3 prediction when we talk of it? Mm-hmm. The 188 Teleforeningen. I know they're gentleman racers. They're gentleman racers, got a couple of more experienced drivers certainly, but they've been around for a long time. The reason why I'm picking those guys, despite them not perhaps being the fastest in qualifying, is that I predict that the 3 teams who are fighting hard for the wins in the GD3 class, that would be at this moment in time the 13 Danish Racing League entry and the 717 Unison Racing and the 41 Mugensim Racing. They're gonna harass themselves maybe a little bit too much. They're gonna fight too hard. They're gonna have maybe retirements during the season, inconsistency and so on. And I don't think pure consistency of the 188 is gonna be enough to win, but I think I could see them second place, maybe third place in the championship just based on that alone. But we shall see. And we shall also see what our commercial partners have in store for us, because it's time for a break.
Indeed it is. We'll be right back after this.
Round 1, 12 Hours of Indianapolis is brought to you in partnership with ESRE Sports Network, Leap Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
games? Do you like esports? Do you hate watching laggy streams of tournaments on 13-inch screens. Oh my God!
Of course you do. But you don't have to worry about that anymore.
He hasn't come, son! Oh!
Hello, Ocean.
Hello, Peter.
We're back from Indianapolis. Qualifying 2 session from the 12 hours of Indianapolis in the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. You're watching Brian Svanholm in the 188 Mercedes AMG GT car, currently in 7th place in the GT3 class, lapping around the car, trying to put in his best possible lap time. He is unfortunately right now 1.041 second behind the second to last car in the GT3 class. So there's quite a ways to make up there. There was a few complaints actually yesterday about sadly about the driving behavior of the 188 car. So what I expect is happening right now is that they have put Brian in the car in order for him to get out there and get used to how the other cars are driving, and trying to get him to know what it's like to be predictable for the other cars. So I think that is what's going on now. They're trying to teach him to drive in a more predictable manner that won't have him, because that's not only going to hurt the other cars that are on track that drive into him. That's going to hurt the 188 team equally much, if not more, every time someone else has a problem and they dent the car or he gets spun around. So yeah, they're just trying to use this time to eliminate this factor. And when he's on track, the other guys that race the track as well will get to know him and his driving style as well, which is very important in sim racing as well, is knowing your competition and knowing how they are going to approach different corners and how they are most likely to let you through when traffic is coming up.
Yeah, so when you are a new driver, when you are new to sim racing, or when you are a new driver, or just trying to get your feet wet, trying to get your pace under you, his lines are good. I'm looking at the reason we are on board with him is that his lines are good. So, or trying to find out how he does, but his lines are looking pretty sharp. And the one thing he has to learn about is traffic management and how to be predictable in traffic, as you mentioned. So that's going to be one of those things why he is out there in qualifying in a high pressure situation. Not looking for that fastest time. They got 3 very experienced drivers in that 188 team. Gert Nielsen, Jesper Petersen and Thomas Lundgaard, certainly showing him the ropes and putting him out there. And that's one of those things that makes a great team, is that they can do that. They can, say, okay, let's put him out there. Let's put that driver out there, our new guy. Let's see how Brian can do and how he can get some experience under his belt. We don't have to worry about qualifying so much. Let's just worry about our race results.
Yes, exactly. Looking at the overall leading car with Thomas Garcia in the 80 car right behind them, the gap is 0.275 seconds, and the gap to the 64 Satellite Racing team is 0.28 seconds right behind them. So Satellite Racing, I think, really picking up the pace now as well. I do expect the number 64 Satellite Racing to be able to go even faster than that. They have a GTR24H good results in the back before now, and it is a very, very well established sim racing team. I think mostly in iRacing though, so R-Factor 2 might not be sort of what they are particularly used to, but they've been participating at the physical event of GTR24H at least 2 times before.
Yeah, something thereabouts. So they got some, not only experience under their belt, which is important, but also they have the even more important thing, which is prestige and past experience from winning. They got pace, they got that championship experience, they got that pace under their belt. There are a couple of good drivers, very good drivers. They got a good squad, and I think they can do very well here on EEWC 2021. Liam Rance, I do believe, their current driver behind the wheel of that 64 satellite racing entry. They also have a couple of other guys, I'm actually remotely familiar with. So Ryan Nash, Ryan Walker, Marco Rodriguez, and David Nichols as well. So they got the team manager of satellite racing in R Factor 2 competitions, David Nichols, involved in that team, but Liam Rance, a young Englishman, pretty bright and smiley chap, has actually taken the reins of that car at this moment. So very interesting to see how they get on, especially during the course of the season. Might be a little bit of a cold shower right now watching the pace of the number 10 Pin Sim Drillers, but they were always the odds-on favorites coming into this season. And it's more about the rest of the hypercar teams, not only satellite racing but also Scuderia Basilea and Omicron Sim Racing, to try and do some catching up during the season.
Yeah, and talking about the season, for 12-hour races, 2 24-hour races, so definitely plenty of time to pick up more points during the season. So if you fail out here at Indianapolis, there's plenty of opportunity to do comebacks. I believe also that the ending race, the physical event, the Le Mans race, is going to be double points, just to kind of up the ante on the last on the last parts of the championship. So still possibilities of catching up by then.
Certainly will be possibilities to make up for those mistakes and make up for perhaps if you screw up the early part of the season, so to speak, to use a bit of a crude term for it. If you're not so successful in the early parts, then you might be able to catch up later on. So keep your head up and keep fighting. Now, interesting pictures here, actually. I believe that's all of the 3 hypercar entries. Yeah.
Side by side.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So Martin Hemmingsen coming into the pit lane after that one. Thomas Garcia was actually a little bit more ahead, so that was not a hypercar entry, but one of the LMP2 cars. The certainly. No, that's the 4th place in one of the GD classes. Coming together. Yeah, that's the Glam car. The Glam car and the 64 satellite racing. Liam Rance spinning around into turn number 1. So getting a little bit of archie-barchie going on here in qualifying drivers to find their way
they
around.
didn't touch each other, but the 64 car went way too deep over the curves and then kind of took out the 404. Certainly looks that way in the replay.
Yeah, and we are also joined by Yusuf here, as we did on the latter parts of the practice session yesterday. Yusuf, welcome to the qualifying. We had an interesting qualifying number 1, and we are right here in the darkness of the second qualifying session. You, of course, just coming in right now, and welcome aboard.
Thank you very much, Ocean. And while you guys are in the dark at Indianapolis, I'm in the dark a little bit as to what's been happening in qualifying 1 and so far in qualifying 2. So, Ocean, why don't you give not only myself a recap, but maybe some viewers who might just be tuning into the broadcast?
Well, I can do that indeed. The number 10, to the surprise of absolutely nobody, the number 10 Drillers Esport, Pin Sim Drillers Esport entry, were the fastest overall team in qualifying number 1, taking the glory by 0.7 of a second. Down in the LMP2 class, it was 117 Vaga Sim Racing taking the glory also by 0.7 of a second. But in the GD classes, as one might predict, it was a lot tighter with the 66 Volanti Racing being the fastest team in the GTE class, but only by roughly half a tenth or a tenth of a second ahead of the surprise of the GTE field, the 74 Deuces Motorsport team, with Wojta Polecny putting in a wonderful time there. And down in the GT3s, it was a great battle up until the dying seconds, with 3 teams fighting for the provisional pole glory. But in the end, it was, I believe, the number 13 Danish Racing League team taking the provisional pole ahead of the 717 Unison Racing and the 41 Mugen Sim Racing entries.
So what you're saying is, at least in the GT3 class, my prediction of One Move Esports doing well has fallen through so far.
Yes.
Well, let's see then if they can pick things up maybe in the second session of qualifying. The average lap times of qualifying 1 and qualifying 2 best laps will be used to determine the grid starting order. But as you mentioned, no surprise that Pinsim's Drillers dominating things in the hypercar class.
No surprises there at all. They've been the class of the field ever since last year, winning the Le Mans event, of course the final event of last season, 2020 season, and now kicking off their 2021 with some style. Martin Hemmingsen currently driving for that team. So certainly a person with a lot of experience, driver with a lot of experience, the Danish driver, and certainly someone, well, I don't think 10 team really has any weak links between Timotej Andonovski, Henry Sinek, Jeroen Kwekel, and Martin Hemmingsen.
Yeah, no weak links, at least nothing from the outside, and I'm sure it'll be nice and tidy and everything working well within the team as well. I mean, you were talking to me a little bit yesterday about having that kind of a character in the team that kind of sticks everyone together, and it doesn't even always have to be one of the drivers. It can be an outside character, whether that's a race engineer or someone else.
It can be, and whoever it is, race engineer or just somebody who is part of the organization, could be involved in that one, and could be the glue that's holding the teams together, so to speak. Now, another interesting development, as we are mentioning, as Miss Marisia is mentioning on the chat, and as we can see on some of the pictures against the light, it has just started raining.
Yeah. And that's pretty big, because now the lap times will not be improving, and I can see, I'm looking at, I think that's the number 10 car, of the Pinsim's Drillers. You can see the wiper running on that McLaren Senna. So for all real purposes, the lap times will not be improving from this point onwards, Oshin.
No, they won't be, unless it stops very quickly, and then you can maybe get a couple of decent laps later on. But for all intents and purposes, we are looking at the final list for qualifying number 2, and that means when you go to the aggregate, when you go to the average lap time from qualifying number 1 and qualifying number 2, then some teams are going to be maybe a little bit sheepish looking at their performance early on in this qualifying number 2, and then thinking about, maybe we could have improved a little bit. Maybe we could have, put in a better time, because especially in the GDE field, Wojta Polecny was, just before it started raining, able to put in a 1:27.5, and they were just I think they were something like half a tenth or a tenth of a second at most behind the number 66 in qualifying 1. Well, the number 66 Volante is all the way down in the GDE field. I believe there are something like 10th in the 8th in the GDE field with a 1:28.4. So looking at the average, looking at the aggregate, the 74 is your provisional pole sitter at the moment.
Yeah. And I think it's also really cool, because when you look in the GTE class, at least in this session, the current pole time for qualifying 2 is Wojta Polecny on that 27.5, but then last place in the GTE field is Luka Frlich in the number 67, which is a Volante Racing car, which is a 1:28.6. So we're talking about just over a second separating about 10 cars, and that's pretty close for a GTE field.
that's pretty close for any field, but especially for the GDE field. And at least in qualifying number 2, we're not seeing any overlap between we are seeing some overlap actually between the GDE and the GD3 cars, but not too much, because that was one of the things we speculated about. The pole sitters on GDE and GD3 being about 1.2 seconds apart from each other, so that can certainly mix things up a little bit on tomorrow's race. But at least in qualifying, they're getting pretty well in order with each other. I say pretty well, but not perfectly, but pretty well.
I mean, we saw it in Le Mans last season in the EEWC that, you know, some of the GT3 cars were able to out-qualify some of the GTE cars. Currently in Q2 anyway, is only Thomas Breinagor in that 166, and that is the ID SimSport car that is behind 3 GT3 cars, only being able to put in a 29.0, which, I mean, to be fair, is only 4/10ths down of Luka Frlich in the 67 car.
Yeah, but they're unlikely to improve on that one now, because as you can see, jumping on board with the 166, if we can, you can see that the Vipers are running pretty fast. The rain is coming down, and if we look at the timing, it is indeed raining just 0.2 millimeters per hour at the moment. The track is not very wet, but it's getting wetter and wetter all the time. It's not getting better, it's getting wetter, and it's getting from mildly moist to damp to perhaps even wet as we move on.
Yeah, and qualifying will last until about, I think, 12:30 p.m. European time. So we've still got another couple of hours, right, Oshin? So there is a chance that maybe there's a dry spell somewhere down the line, and maybe a late 10-minute dash for drivers to improve upon their times.
Maybe so. We still got 1 hour and 12 minutes left in the second qualifying. So no worries there. So we have a chance. I mean, if it stops raining soon, then it can get pretty hectic towards the end of the qualifying. But the driving line is still pretty much dry. Well, mostly dry. It's not perfect, but it's dry because drivers are still actually putting those laps on. And the silver lining is that they can at least get some wet weather practice in.
Yeah, and if it does happen to rain at Indianapolis tomorrow, which I guess there is a somewhat possibility of happening, these changeable conditions are so important, you know, to get that feel when it's right to change over from the slicks to the wet tires. And I mean, a bit of background, I mean, from myself anyway, I've once experienced not racing real cars but racing karts out in the UK, and it rains in the UK, and I've a couple of times had the pleasure, I say pleasure, it's not a pleasure, it's horrible, but it's racing in those changeable conditions, and it's so crazy. You're driving out and the rain's coming down and you don't really feel it. Then all of a sudden a yellow flag comes through, you lose temperature in your tires, and you never find that temperature again. So the worst thing that the drivers can do right now is to stop putting laps in and let that track get wet.
Absolutely. Unless you are one of the drivers who are in a great position, then you're absolutely sitting on the pit lane and going
Well, I guess this is both annoying to the drivers and a blessing in disguise for us that are going to follow the race tomorrow. Because I'm guessing a lot of these guys that are racing right now are trying to put on wet tires and kind of test their wet setups. So if we keep an eye on the lap times, we're going to have to keep an eye on the last laps of cars. We can use this to predict the pace tomorrow if it's going to race tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I believe, Peter, the phrase you're looking for, it's not blessing in disguise in this case, it's blessing in disguise.
Blessing in these guys. Yeah, okay.
Or from the skies.
Yeah, so if you're really into endurance racing, you will know that lap times and kind of stint lengths, so how far guys go on a tank of fuel, those are the essential weapons you have as a spectator to predict how the race is going to unfold from the positions that people are in right now. So if you're following someone that's on a recovery drive, you will really want to know, is it really possible for them to catch up these positions? Knowing the times in wet conditions as well is going to be a huge advantage when you're trying to do that.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, it's just what we were talking about. These wet conditions can be so challenging, and we'll have to see. Maybe people will just put in, loads of fuel. Maybe they'll just put in a bit less fuel. Maybe some setup changes could come through as well. So many possibilities for the teams right now.
There are. So now that we are in rained out conditions, none of the hypercars are on track anymore. Most of the cars are sitting in the pit lane. We still got a couple of drivers. Oh, there's the 64 Satellite Racing actually getting back out there. Liam Rance braving the conditions. Of course, being a Brit, he would know a thing or two about rain. So it's always raining in there, isn't it?
I want to disagree, but I can't. But then again, it's not as bad as other places. I mean, to be honest, it's pretty much the exact same weather as Denmark. So I'd guess it's a little bit better than the Finnish weather. At least it's a bit less cold.
I'm not sure if that's well, I prefer in winters because our winters are cold and dark. We're at the 60th hemisphere, mind you, or 60th hemisphere. Wow, 60th latitude, longitude, whichever. We're pretty far up north, is my point, and this country actually spans across the Arctic Circle. So it's pretty dark in the winter, but at least it's not as dark as it would be without snow. Snow is a good thing. It gives at least a little bit of light. It gives a little bit of pleasure to walk in the snow, walking around, seeing the lights in the snow. It's actually quite pretty. What is not pretty is Liam Rance trying to guide his hypercar, guide his McLaren Senna around this track because it's looking pretty slippery. So one thing I wanted to mention, now that we are in rained out conditions, going back to the original point, wow, it's ages ago. What are some of the differences between dry driving and wet driving? Like, if you had to explain it to me like I'm 5.
Okay, so, okay, here, okay, I'm not. I was going to get really patronizing for a second, but I'm not going to do it. The first thing that I want to say is it's quite interesting as well when you compare wet weather driving to wet weather driving IRL to wet weather driving in-game, because sometimes different simulations don't accommodate for the wet weather line, and I'm not sure how R Factor 2 approaches it, because as far as I'm aware, none of the simulations incorporate it, because what usually happens is, so when you drive around on a track, and that's on a dry track, as you drive down, you leave rubber on circuit from your tires. This rubber gives a little bit of extra grip, so when you're driving around, you want to be on that grippy line, what you call the racing line, because there's a bit of extra grip, you get more traction, etc, etc, etc. But what happens is, in the wet, that rubber, that dry line, gets really slippery, and you can test this out at home as well if you don't believe me, and I'm very wary of saying this because I've never tried this, but I am so confident in a science that I believe it will work. If you get out a rubber or an eraser and you wet it, you'll find that rubber that was initially so grippy to run your finger across will then become super slippery. So what happens is when it rains, that rubber on the circuit becomes super wet, so you want to try to stay off it, and that's why you generally start to see drivers braking on the inside, running wide round corners, taking what some people would term as the karting wet line, because you see it done in karting so often. Yeah. But with these cars,
Yeah, I can actually confirm that theory because I have some experience from rubbers that work better when they get wet. Ooh. So there is a particular type of rubber that some people have at home that is designed to work in slippery, wet conditions. But we're not getting into that anymore.
As a karting driver, can I just interrupt you guys?
Oh yes.
Yeah. So the reason why go-karts take the offline when it's wet is actually because there's usually a bit of like small sand or gravel on the offline. And what that does is it makes room underneath the tire, between the tarmac and the tire itself, for the water to stay, while the tire is still gripping better onto the small gravel parts or sand particles on top of the track. So that's why kart drivers take the offline, is to actually use that bit of dirt that's on the track to gain grip compared to the sort of racing line where there's completely rubberized tarmac that'll get extremely slippery just because the water can't, like this, when you rubber in a track properly, there's no kind of clear path to the tarmac below. You're racing on top of the rubber. The rubber gets completely flat with no kind of crevices or anything to absorb the water in. So that's why if you get to rough ground instead of staying on the perfectly flat rubberized track, you'll get more grip.
I want to almost disagree with that for a second, Peter, because
you can, but you shouldn't try to disagree with a 20-year experienced karting driver. That would be. I would advise you against that.
I mean, I see your point, but here's the thing. That makes sense, but it makes sense on slicks, not on wet tires.
Because karts are very light, they're not really getting that much of an advantage out of doing wets, and a lot of the karting classes don't actually even allow you to race wets, so you'll be racing slicks in the wets.
Guys, going back to the track,
Yes.
the rain has ceased.
Oh.
It's probably going to go like that for the remainder of qualifying, like coming in, going out, coming in, going out.
Yeah, again, talking about those earlier useful wet rubbers, but reminding me of that once again. But going back to the point about karting, all I can say with my very, very, very limited karting experience, I've done exactly one karting race in the wet, and it was the most pitiful experience I've ever had. And I've had the pleasure of living 28 years in Finland, so I know a lot about pity. So what I can say is that, well, my experience is only from ice and snow, and it's completely different. But I did enjoy the commentators speculating about, the conditions. I believe it was Formula One at what track was it again? When the track was Istanbul, when it was absolutely horrible, the new surface and so on. People were like, "Oh, Kim is doing so well because he has rally experience." It has nothing to do with just driving a slippery Formula One. If you're a rally driver, you get absolutely no advantage to driving an open wheeler in the wet because it's so different. It's a completely different beast. It's a completely different sport. It's a completely different circumstance. But what you have in real life that you don't have in a simulator, that's a very important thing to consider, is your sense of balance. In real life, in karting, as Peter surely will know, as Yusuf will know, as I will know, you are using your body a lot to move side to side. You are using the center of gravity. You're changing it to put the grip onto the outside tires to make the car turn better. Well, you don't have that in a simulator. And what you either don't have to help you in low grip conditions is your sense of balance.
Yeah,
it's extremely hard to simulate kart driving in that manner because you are effectively racing a car with a totally locked differential. So if the simulator wants its way, you will not be able to turn at all unless you're really hard on the brakes, because what turns the go-kart in real life is the caster of the front wheels. That is one wheel sort of moving down while the other's moving up when you're turning. So the outside wheel will be moving sort of down and the other one up. So the kart will lift the inside rear wheel when you're turning the steering wheel in order to make it turn. That isn't necessary when you're racing in the wets. So what you'll see on the kart track as well when people are racing, normally you'll see them sort of move the rear tires inwards, even though that doesn't really make sense, but they're trying to narrow the track width of the kart when it's raining because they want to get as much grip as possible. They'll remove as much caster as possible as they can, because otherwise the kart is going to be completely oversteering and impossible to steer. As soon as the rear tire starts slipping, it'll only grip halfway with one tire, and then you're just spinning around.
Yeah, but Yusuf, we'll get back to that point pretty soon, because right now we are at the time when it's been raining. It's been solidly raining here at Indianapolis on the second qualifying session of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship 2021. So allow us to bring some sunshine to your life from via these messages from our commercial partners. We'll be right back.
12 Hours of Indianapolis is brought to you in partnership with ESRE Sports Network, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Do you like esports? Do you hate watching laggy streams of tournaments on 13-inch screens? Oh my god!
Of course you do. But you don't have to worry about that anymore.
He has a jump, son! Oh my god!
Welcome back to the second qualifying session of Endurance E-Racing World Championship 2021 live from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't been tuning in or if you indeed tuned out during our little ramble about karting earlier on, it is wet here, and that means the qualifying has taken a little bit of a hindrance in terms of chasing those best possible lap times, but it also means that the median times will get very interesting as the session rolls along. 56 minutes and 45 seconds still left here to go. I'm delighted to be joined by Yusuf as well as Peter. Yusuf, you were just running on board with one of the prototype drivers, wanting to find out how wet is it out there. Well,
yeah, I'm riding on board with Jerome Queekle, and to be honest, I can't see any spray, I can't see any rain falling from his perspective. The wiper's not running. It is looking very dark at Indianapolis. To be honest, I have no idea how we can really see where he's going, and maybe Jerome Queekle has been having some carrots, but as he makes his way onto the start-finish straight, you can see those spots of water on the windscreen, and the rain is still dropping, but not by much. And we were taking a look at some of the lap times at the moment. It seems that it's about 7 seconds a lap slower than the quickest times that any drivers have previously put in during the session.
Yeah, so not the optimal situation. We're not expecting improvement until the end of the qualifying, even though in terms of percentages it's not that wet. But when it was raining for some good half an hour or so, it means that these drivers are really having a tall hill to climb. Of course, that means that if you weren't right in your game during that first hour of qualifying or the first half an hour of qualifying to when it was when the conditions were still good, then you're gonna be looking at the lap time charts and you're gonna be quite disappointed and maybe a little bit sheepish of not getting on it earlier. We were speculating about the possibility of rain in this qualifying session, but Peter, now it finally happened.
Yeah, and I've been kind of following the weather development on other services, because that is what you can do here when we're running real life weather. You can use all kinds of online weather tools to kind of try and predict what is actually going on at the Indianapolis track in real life. And it does seem like the rain is going to come in, fade out, come in, fade out, come in, fade out. During the last part of qualifying, but it does look though like clear skies for the race tomorrow. So yeah, I don't know, good, bad, whatever. It seems like the practice of wet laps here is not going to be much use during the race anyway. So yeah, we'll see.
We will see, and this is of course making it all the more interesting use for the race tomorrow as well, because the field might be getting a little bit mixed up. So once we tuned in at noon, exactly 11 a.m. UK time, 1 p.m. Eastern European time, and very, very early morning indeed for the Americans tomorrow for the 12-hour race. It's going to mean that some of these guys are actually going to have to do some overtaking.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a long race. Indianapolis has a long start-finish straight, even if there is a bit of a banking in it. So overtaking shouldn't be too difficult. And yeah, I think a couple of teams might not have got out their ideal times in the second qualifying session, so might be starting a little bit lower than they would have liked. But I think for the most part, it's kind of representative of the pace that has been seen in the first qualifying session, which was completely dry.
Yeah, that it was. So a couple of teams are going to be really disappointed. A couple of teams are going to be really happy about that. One of the great winners, as we mentioned earlier, would be the number 74. We talked with Nick Newcomb earlier on about how they put in the lap of gods during the first qualifying session. Wojtek Poleczny being very good behind the wheel of that Deuces Motorsport Club Porsche. And now that the second qualifying session rolled along, well, lo and behold, they are sitting on top of the leaderboards in that GDE class. They were second in their class by the end of qualifying number 1, and here at qualifying number 2, sitting on top of the leaderboards, and with the prospect of improving your times looking slimmer by the second, it means that they are looking at the potential upset, or a very likely upset at this point in terms of at least qualifying performance.
Yeah, and I mean, Nick Newcomer was messaging me not too long ago, and he was saying that right as the rain came down, Deuces set their pole time right then. So Wojtek Poleczny getting in that 27.5 right at the critical moment, and right now looking in absolutely fantastic form to start the race tomorrow and just try to build a lead. I mean, 12 hours, I mean, it feels like a while, but when you're in the car, your stint just passes through in the blink of an eye.
That it truly does. And it, you know, the first hour or maybe the first 2 hours are gonna feel like a long time. I know that the first hour of an endurance race, it feels like an eternity, an absolute eternity. But then you just kind of get used to the rhythm, you get used to the pace, you get used to the time, and you do it one stint at a time, one lap at a time, one stint at a time. And before you know it, it's gonna be dark outside. It's gonna be very well into the evening, and suddenly you find yourself looking at the good points hole, looking perhaps a celebrated victory, or alternatively being out way too early and then at the prospect of a 0-point finish, just like Finland at Eurovision.
I haven't seen Eurovision in a long time, so I have no idea how.
You should.
Is it any good?
It's the kind of thing which it's a wholesome fun, in a sense that you might think of it as a little bit dorky, and it is dorky, but it's also one of those things that when you gather up some friends, once we can, you know, get out of the lockdown and gather up some friends around once again, it's a lot of great fun, just, you know, watching the performances, watching each country bring on their best, or indeed the worst in the case of Finland, and in the case of many other countries usually at some points as well. It's a lot of fun. I can tell you that much.
If you say so, I might have to give a little tune in at some point. I hear, I mean, every time I hear Eurovision, I just get confused with Eurobeat. And I do like the good old Eurobeat, a bit of deja vu, you know, gas. So yeah.
It's a Eurobeat Eurovision. Make it happen.
Yeah. Eurobeat beat Eurovision.
Yeah, that's certainly true. I wonder if how many teams are blasting those Eurobeat tunes right now, driving around her, because it is some considered lift conditions right now here at India as well. The track is very wet, and we are getting information from the server that is the track is 33%/69% rain right now. So track wetness 31% minimum, track wetness maximum 69%, so we're getting actually a confusing zero. Yeah.
What does that percentage mean? Like, how can you say, okay, this piece of tarmac is 33% wet?
I think it's compared to maximum, like 100% wet would be your aquaplaning, or the minimum, because it's always calculating in a sim, it's always calculating the minimum grip available and the maximum grip available. So if the minimum grip available is X% or X value, and then, you know, the wetness value is a certain deducting from that grip value. If the grip value is 1, for example, 100, okay?
Yeah.
So the track wetness value is deducting by a formula from that value. So on the racing line, it's currently 30% wet, meaning that the grip on the racing line would be an arbitrary 0.7, and off the racing line it would be 68% wet, so it would be an arbitrary 0.32 value.
See, that makes sense in the game in a sim sense, but for some reason I was just thinking of it as in real life. You just got some guy going to the track and, you know, looking at the track, maybe touching it and being like, 45% wetness on this racing line. Yeah, we got to call the red flag now. And 100% would be the equivalent of driving under the sea if you just tarmacked the bottom of the ocean and just had a race around there.
Or just driving
I'm not sure it works like that.
Yeah, there would be a couple of other factors, including, for example, the weight of the water and the fact that it's going to be very difficult to drive under sea, of course, depending how deep you go. But I guess do we have any yellow livery cars? No, and I'm sad about that one because we can't make any yellow submarine jokes now.
I mean, I think we stumbled across something here, Oshin. Submarine racing.
Yes. Also known as World War II.
Yeah,
you were racing.
And it's not a spectator sport, is it?
No. It would be very hard to film.
So I mean, maybe it's as much of a spectator sport as what is that? The bull event in Spain. Oh, what do they call it?
I don't know, but I think I know what you mean.
Except all the bulls would have to be invisible, and all the people would have to be invisible as well. So it was just a still cam, like a photo of a street with no one in it.
Yeah, and underwater submarine racing, I can only imagine that it would be some GPS data. Good luck trying to get that from a submarine, and trying to find just drone shooting the surface of the ocean. And
you
then
can do that, Oshin. You can do that.
Oh, you can?
Yes, you can. There's such a thing as a towed array.
Oh, yeah.
You can look into that then and see what that is, but it's a thing.
Do you reckon, you know how you have like dog racing?
Yeah.
Could we get like fish racing?
I don't know, mate. That sounds pretty fishy of an idea.
No, I see it. Yeah,
but I think the Finns would be very good at that one.
The one that it make up for your poor performance at Eurovision.
Yeah, I think it might. But I think you also have to account for weight classes. Maybe scale the results somewhat.
Oh, I see. Yes, scales would be needed. You could have different categories.
But you know what's the good thing?
What?
Because we were talking about Eurobeat, you can certainly add more bass into this one. I'm sorry.
No, here's the thing. I'm very proud of the puns you've made. I'm disappointed in myself for not being able to keep up with the number of puns that are being dropped by yourself.
Yeah.
and what's the rules on participating with carnivorous fish? So fish that would eat the competitors. So like tuna, cod, or something like that. That would actually chew up the other, because I don't think sharks. Yeah, I don't think sharks are really good at it, because sharks aren't really that fast. Like they're only like sprinters fast at really short distances, and it would be really quite hard, because I imagine it would have to be in like aquariums.
Oh,
tanks.
Peter, I've got one. If you let the sharks race, it would really throw a hammerhead into the works.
Whoa. That's a whale of a joke.
Yes. I mean, speaking of whales would be pretty good in this event. I mean, maybe you could have a fish racing event, and then a bit like, jockeys and horse racing. Just guys riding on dolphins.
Are we talking about the country or the fish?
Both. Hang on. Dolphins, wait.
Dolphins
whales aren't fish.
Decent.
Whales aren't fish.
Yeah.
They're mammals.
I know, but they count as they are underwater mammals. That's true. That's actually true. Yeah. So they would be bad at endurance racing because they would need to surface at some point. And I know there are pretty fast fish like marlins and other sort of things like that. So yeah, they can It could be done. I think it could be done. As to why it's not done, I suppose fish are kind of hard to control. Just telling fish to, go.
I think
Well, you put food, don't you, at the end?
I think at least the swordfish would be at the sharp end of the field.
Here at Endurance E-Racing World Championship 2021, we are still in our rained-out qualifying session, as you can probably hear. Currently speculating about the merits or the possibilities of fish racing. The one thing I do want to mention is that the air is actually getting a little bit warmer right now. It's gone up 1 degree Celsius from the starting temp. We are at 23.1 degrees Celsius. That is, of course, the nice temp of a good pool as well. And in the rained out conditions, we're not seeing much of an improvement in lap times, but a couple of drivers are still braving it out there, which is of course always good to see.
Yeah, and maybe if you tune in later, we can see how our fish racing goes about as well.
Oh. No, you had to go for the tuna-in.
I had to go for tuna.
That's
Tuna's
I'm
a good
actually a little
fish.
bit ashamed about missing that one. Yeah, it is a good bit fish, but I think you're still such a pike.
That one wasn't as good.
I know. It's I'm not sure about the meaning of that word in British, so I was like, that's an insult, but that's also a type of fish. It's a pike.
Look, I hate to break this to you, Ocean, but your puns are terrible, and someone had to tell you.
I know. I've heard that one. Why do you think I'm doing a qualifying session instead of qualifying session for this series instead of a TV broadcast?
Wait.
It's exactly that reason.
Ocean, did you miss my pun?
I missed it.
I said salmon had to tell you.
I thought that was just a weird pronunciation. Right, someone.
It was a weird pronunciation, but it was intentional weird.
Yeah, I know. So, that's... I hope the number 64 team isn't doing that terribly, because I hope they're doing better, because otherwise we would be looking at some...
Ocean, someone's just set their new personal best of the session.
Oh, who is it?
The number 31 in the GTE class of a 35.2. Yes, it's 7 seconds slower than the next GTE car, but it's their fast lap because it's their only lap of the session, and that is the 31 of the One Move Esports car.
Yeah, indeed. So Gulam must be doing some test laps out there so far.
Yep, and well, I mean, at least he's put down a time. He needed to get a time of some sort, and probably best to do it in this slight dry spell. And actually, if I just ride on board, do we see any rain? There isn't any raindrops on the windscreen, so the rain has at least stopped at the present point in time, but the track will definitely still be slippery.
It is going to be a slippery. We can actually see that on the live timing, and you can see that as well if you go to timing.gdr24h.org. You can see that the track wetness at minimum, so on the racing line, is at 20%, and outside of the racing line it's still at 67%. So if you get a completely dry racing line,
yeah,
it's still not gonna be as quick as a completely dry track, because you can't deviate from that racing line. But I'm looking at the time remaining, and I'm looking at we got a little bit under 40 minutes still. You know what? It's gonna cut it tight. But if a lot of teams go out there on the track, if they're gonna work together to try to dry the racing line at least, then you might still see at least the vague possibility, the off chance of being able to put in some improvement towards the end of the session.
Yeah, and the interesting thing as well with what you say is if you do get that dry racing line and it's still wet off track, it's actually good. It's better for the GT3 class than it is for the LMP2 and the hypercar class, because the GT3 drivers are the ones staying on their racing line, and it's the LMP2 and the hypercars that have to go offline to pass them and onto that wetter part of tarmac. So if it does get drier, it still might be a bit tricky for the LMP2 guys to improve on their lap time, unless they can get, a fully clean lap in.
That it can be. And another thing to remember, of course, is that those GD cars tend to have things like, well, I know the GDE rules that they can't have ABS, but they can have traction control, which will help in the wet conditions. So, and on that note, if anyone is curious, we can actually look up some times and see how the difference is from wet to dry conditions, but sadly it looks to be around the same. We have Juan Barbosa actually on track right now in that number 74 Deuces Motorsport machine, and those guys are doing 137s on a wet track, which is comparing to the LMP2s, they're doing 125. So actually the LMP cars are a little bit well, it's around the same. The difference is still around the same. It's still around 8 to 10 seconds between those two classes, with Barbosa not perhaps putting in his best possible lap time compared to the 45 who are doing 135.7 in the wet track. So it's not gonna make that big of a difference, because momentarily I thought there might be a possibility of the GD cars being a little bit closer to the prototypes in wet track, but that doesn't seem to be quite the case.
I'm noticing one thing, guys.
Yep.
Do you remember? Yusuf will not know this, but the number 13 Danish Racing League car actually did quite well in the first session. But are they all the way down in 4th or 5th now? So that's not good. I think they've gambled on the track rubbering in instead, and then having sort of the faster driver come in at the end of qualifying and getting them up there again. And they might have had someone slower in the car and just doing practicing runs for the race as people are colliding in
To be fair, they're only 2/10 off the pole time set by Zsolt Pribek in the 41 car, so I do wonder how it will all pair out when you take the average lap time, because yes, they're down in P4, but it's not by a large amount.
Certainly not. No, you're right, Yusuf. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm an idiot. Like,
no, you're not.
GT3 is so unpredictable right now. Like, it's crazy how close that class is.
Yeah.
It is, but also one thing we have to mention is that the best lap time is 129.1 for them, 128.8 for Zsolt Pribek. So that's it's closer to 3/10 behind. And I know it wasn't that big of a gap between them in session number 1, because the 41 was right up there as well in that 3-car battle for the 41 Mugen Sim Racing, by the way, the team. We were following them, and they were right up there in the 3-team battle for the GD3 provisional pole. So I think Peter might be onto something here, and it might be that the 41 is leading in provisional times at the moment. We'll have to wait and see until we get those provisional times, but it is a similar situation to what is happening in the GDE, with, of course, the 66 being way down there in times. They're like way down there in times, as opposed to the 66 Volante Racing, the fastest team in qualifying number 1, not the fastest team in qualifying number 2, not by a long shot.
Yeah, and I've just been looking at green times coming through. Matt Webb in the 68 car, that's in the LMP2 class, the E-Team Brit. They've put in a 125.2, so it's 3 seconds off anyone else in the LMP2 class. But considering that the track is about 6-7 seconds a lap slower, that's not a bad time.
Not at all a bad time. So those guys will see how they fare in the wet conditions, and I actually quite like it. I actually quite like that the teams are still out there. They're still practicing, despite knowing that they won't improve their qualifying time. It's not just Formula 1 where everybody's sitting in the pit lane. No, they know that this is a good chance to actually get some feel for the track, to get some feel for the wet conditions, and get some feel for the setup as well.
Yeah, and I'm actually just wondering what happened to WOSR iZone, because they are not in qualifying 2. Did they set a lap in qualifying 1?
I think they did. I think they did, but I can't remember that one.
Could this be one of the situations where some teams maybe have guys that need to go to work on a night shift or whatever like that, yeah. So they're not really having all their drivers available for a particular session.
Yeah, because it happened
it is
in
Friday.
Le Mans, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
And I think that was actually with Musto, they had issues getting their drivers for a session. So that'd be a shame for WSI, because I still remember I tipped them as being the team to take the win in the GTE class. So them sliding down the order doesn't bode well for my predictions.
No, but I remember you going for WSR and the Musto GD Esports, both of their squads being tipped in as hot takes. Not even hot takes, but rather, hot tips for the win. And now when you look at the standings, where are the Mustos? Well, the 54 Musto GD Esports car is currently sitting 4th in that GDE class, while the 53 is sitting 6th in that class. So they're not all the way up there either, and they weren't all the way up there in the top 2 in session number 1 either. So we're seeing some perhaps slightly surprising names up top.
Yeah, and I think, we are getting towards the later stages of qualifying, just over half an hour remaining. Oshin, shall we run everyone through what the qualifying 2 results currently look like?
Sure thing, so I'm gonna start with the overall and the hypercar class. Currently leading the class is the number 10 Pinsim Drillers Esports team, with Martin Hemmingsen having done their qualifying 2, currently leading with the best lap time of 1:17.89. Sitting in second place is the number 80 Omicron Sim Racing, with Thomas Garcia driving for them. Their best lap time is 1:18.48. And 64 Satellite Racing with Liam Rance sitting in third in that class with 1:18.7. You might be wondering, where is the final hypercar entry? Well, we haven't sadly seen the Brazilian entry, number 65 Scuderia Basilia, in the qualifying session. I do hope we're gonna see them in the race tomorrow. How about the LMP2?
Yeah, so in the LMP2 class, just six tenths behind Liam Rance in the hypercar class is Jiri Toman in the 117 Vargas Sim Racing, having set a 1:19.3, and that is a 3/10 clear of the number 22 Mugen Sim Racing. That's at 19.6. That was piloted by David Kolaksai, and in P3 is Jeroen Kweekel, who set a 1:20.0 for the number 17 Pinsim's Drillers Esport car. Then you've got ProSim, the 007 LMP2 car. They've done a 20.287. And then we head down to P5, which is Felipe Barreto in the number 57 Ramada Motorsport car, a 1:20.659, just 100th quicker than what Tony Jansen put in the 334 Fair Racing team. You then got Martin Moguli in the number 95 DEAC Hackers car, followed by the number 15 of Toan Loa, and that is the Deuces Motorsport Club. And rounding out the LMP2 field is the 766 of DSR Dream Team, B32 Racing, and Matt Webb in that number 68 E-Team Brit. But Matt Webb, he was only able to do his time in the wet conditions.
Indeed. So in the GDE class, it is the 74 Deuces Motorsports, as we just mentioned, Deuces Motorsport rider with Wojtek Polecny being the second fastest team in qualifying number 1 and being the fastest team here in qualifying number 2, just ahead of the 959 HM Engineering with Kevin Ryan. Number 7 Pescara ADG is currently sitting in P number 3 on the GTE class, with the 54 Musto GDE Sports sitting in 4th, and 45 DIS Sim Racing Lab rounding out your top 5. The 53 Musto entry is 6th, 128 Satellite Racing 7th, the 66 Volunteer Racing, who were the fastest team, mind you, fastest team in qualifying 1, only in 8th place on the GDE class here in qualifying number 2, and because it's aggregate times from 1 and 2, meaning the average times from each session, they are sitting 9/10 behind the GDE leader, so they're gonna drop pretty far down the order here from qualifying 2. Their sister team, 67 Volunteer Racing, is sitting in 9th, and then Team Viaducten number 63 rounding out the top 10 10 in the GDE class. You also have the 166 ID Sim Sport, who have put in a 129.0, and they are sitting 11th in class and behind 3 of the GD3 entries. And which 3? Well, I'm sure that Yusuf, you are gonna mention that to us at this moment.
Yes, in the GT3 class, leading the way in qualifying session 2 is a 41 of Mugen Sim Racing, and it is Zolt Prebeck who leads away with a 28.808, only 200 quicker than the number 27 of Alvaro Incausti at the wheel of the Simulator Esports Mobile. And then in P3 for the GT3 class, it is Alexander Zakirov in the 717 Unison Racing car. Sebastian Hove is in P4 for the number 13 Danish Racing League, the team that topped qualifying 1. Lee Russell in the Era 404 Glam Racing car. And then you have DISSR Lab, one of my, DISSR won the GT3 class in the EEWC last season, but that was their sister team that is currently in the GTE class. So the 46 car has set a 130.5, and they are the last of the GT3 class.
That they are, and with that and with the qualifying results rundown through, we are getting ready for the last half an hour of the second qualifying session of the 2021 season, and indeed the first setting up the first race of the 2021 EEWC Endurance E-Racing World Championship season here live from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But before that, we are going to go on a commercial break, so stay tuned. Please watch these messages from our commercial partners, and then tune us in for the thrilling last half an hour.
Round 1, 12 Hours of Indianapolis is brought to you in partnership with ESR Esports Network, Leap Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Watching laggy streams of tournaments on 13-inch screens.
Oh my god! Of course you do. But you don't have to worry about that anymore.
He has a jump, son!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final 24 minutes of qualifying for the first round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship 2021. Ocean had to leave us, so you are in the very capable hands of myself, Yusuf bin Sahel, and Alex Goldschmidt, as well as our producer, Peter Munkholm. Alex, pleasure to have you with me.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. Glad to be finally getting on board with you guys at GTR 24H. Looking forward to what's going to be a really, really interesting qualifying so far. Not too much to go into it, but obviously with the night time definitely well and truly here at Indianapolis, it's going to make for some interesting strategies from the teams. Reference their final push for their grid slots for tomorrow's race.
Yeah, and we've been seeing the rain spitting on and off in the last 25 or so minutes, and I think the best person to really explain this is our very own producer and weather expert as well, who he's told us has coined his own weather terms as well. Peter Munkholm, do you want to explain the phenomenon, I think you called it, happening around Indianapolis?
I wouldn't call myself a weather expert at all, but I do have some... I think it's geographic education in this, so let's draw upon whatever little I have. It's, Indianapolis is kind of in the Midwest. It's Central America. The problem is that it's quite a ways to water on any sides of Indianapolis. That means the air is usually quite dry. When it's not windy enough, the air will dry out approaching the area. Right now it's wintertime. The temperature is in the -degrees Celsius right now. The temperature of the city and housing areas of Indianapolis is not, though. That's actually about 3 degrees. That means cold, moist air is moving in over Indianapolis right now from the northeast. And when it gets on top of the metropolitan area of Indianapolis, it'll slowly raise itself up. That means air pressure is going to drop, which again means that it can't hold the moisture, which means it falls out of the sky. Right now in Indianapolis there's snow, but it's only raining on the exact spot of the actual city of Indianapolis. Like as soon as you get outside the suburban area, nothing. Sadly, the track is over time it's become quite central to the city, so it's actually quite near the center of Indianapolis. So that means it's raining or snowing actually quite a lot, but it's sort of has its own gaps because it depends how fast the air is rising exactly at the area of the track. So it's kind of turning on and turning off, turning on and turning off slowly over time as the air is sort of rising and falling with the various temperatures on top of the city. So yeah, I named it a metropolitan effect, or metropolitan effect it has on the rain. But yeah, it's heat from the city area forcing the air upwards, and then it can't contain itself anymore.
Well, you mentioned some snow, and I've been hearing from my friends that it's that they've been getting some snow. Alex, have you been fortunate or unfortunate enough to see any snow in the last couple of days?
I think we got a sprinkling of what looked to be like hail-type snow at around about 5:40 p.m. UK time this evening. So, yeah, we haven't really seen anything. Most of the time it's either been a little bit of sunshine, a little bit of grey cloud, or a lot of grey cloud, or dark cloud, and then a copious amount of rainfall. So we haven't been so fortunate down here at the moment, but my niece is secretly hoping for a little bit of snowfall.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you don't have to drive in any of that snow. And I'm just taking a little look in the GTE class because Viaducton, whose best time is currently a 28.7, at least on my screen, it says that they've gone green in Sector 1, and then they have promptly gone slower in Sector 2.
That probably could be a bit of track evolution, that if the track is starting to get a bit damp, it's going to get greasy, the tyres are going to start going off, the temperatures are going to go down, the back ends are going to start sliding out on the cars. And that's going to really, really put the drivers under pressure. And around a technical circuit like Indianapolis, especially in the infield, you make one wrong mistake and that's going to bite back hard, and you could possibly end up in the wall.
Very well could. And
people don't really agree on the lines in Sector 2 as much as they do in Sector 1. I know I'm looking at I think 6 screens at the same time. I've been kind of looking at the racing lines, and they're very much in accord with each other. What the racing lines are in Sector 2, less in Sector 1, which means that Sector 1 has a wider drying line now than any other part of the track. Along with Sector 3, which is also has a quite wide line. So Sector 2 is the most narrow drying up line right now, but it is drying. So we could see times starting to drop in the last part of this qualifying session, or we should at least.
Well, turn 3 is that long opening right-hander, Alex, and I guess you could see different lines coming through, whether you want to kind of hang it out a little bit wider and keep up that minimum speed, or take the tighter line and the shorter line as a result. So maybe that's why we're seeing some different lines from the drivers.
Well, the drivers are going to have to adapt to the conditions accordingly, Yusuf, and that's where you're going to see some drivers are going to be able to carry that momentum through, whereas others might err a bit on the side of caution. So some might decide, well, it's a 12-hour race. We don't need to go absolutely flat out because we know that we've possibly got a good strategy all on the cards. So it's very, very difficult. But yeah, drivers will have preference. And if they feel that the back end's going to step out, they're going to try and find that line that works for them, and then be able to push, and that thereby that'll make them the driver will, when they're feeling comfortable, you'll know that they're absolutely pushing on the limit, because they'll be taking those specific points on the circuit where they know that they can really maximize the traction and the exit out of the corner to really put the power down.
Yeah, and you talk about driver preference, but of course, you know, there's car preference as well. You take something like the LMP2 or the McLaren Senna that has a lot more power, and maybe they'll take a line that just has that a bit more grip. But then if you go to something like the GT3 class, where you have that traction control enabled, you can just get a bit greedier with the throttle, and maybe a bit greedier with the line that you take as well.
Yeah, you could be, and I think it is about how people really can sort of move forward. I mean, you know, it seems like the majority are wanting to switch to the offline rather than the traditional racing line here at Indy. And like I said, if they get the traction right, they'll use that every single time. Or they might make a little bit of a change. You know, there'll be settings for traction, settings for ABS, that kind of stuff as well, that will help them to control the car, help it rotate into the apex. And that's especially effective in qualifying. But then when you go into a 12-hour race like we're going to do tomorrow, that's where the real changes start to happen. And then you see the differential between certain teams that might be pushing at the front of the field, some that are in the mid-pack and some at the back end of the field. But we could be very much into sort of an unknown territory, if you will, because qualifying's one thing, the race is something completely different altogether.
Yeah, and it's always a weird transition when you set your laps in qualifying with pretty much no fuel in the car, maybe, you know, a good 10-15 litres, and then you go into the race where you've got that full tank of fuel on board. There's almost, probably another 50 kilos on the car, and the car can just handle completely differently in those circumstances.
Definitely the case, Yusuf, because the car will hanker down. You'll get more of a contact patch on each of those 4 corners. But by doing that, you'll also have a bit of a disadvantage, maybe say in handling characteristics. Okay, the centre of gravity is going to be a little bit lower, but then straight line speed. That's another point. When you've got 50 kilos of fuel, that's going to cost you probably the best part of at least a second a lap. And as the fuel goes down, that car will get more rapid, but then it changes the characteristics of the car. in all due deference, before you then put another driver in for a new set of boots, full tank of fuel, and then they go out and then they go, yeah, this car's handling right, and then they'll say, well, yeah, a little bit switchy at the back end, or it's understeering into certain corners, and the drivers will be working with the engineers on the strategy and saying, well, it feels a little bit sketchy in turns 3, 4, and 5, or through the last corner where I'm trying to put the power down, the back end wants to step out and I'm having to overcorrect. They'll use this as a bit of a test ahead of tomorrow's race. So it's not just about who's going to put the big laps in quali. It's about how they can find out how the track's evolving. And that's going to change tomorrow, but they'll know that they can factor in certain parts into their strategy and look ahead to tomorrow and think, yeah, actually, we seem pretty confident here, or there is let's say a 30, 40, 50% chance we might need to make some slight tweaks or major adjustments during the race itself to help our strategy work.
And of course, when you are working on, making those setup changes, getting the right feeling in the car, it's much more, I want to say, of a scientific approach. You know what's wrong with the car, you know what you want to change, and sure, while you can mention that working out that setup is an art in itself, there is still a science behind it. But when we come to that 12-hour endurance race, there's going to be a lot of strain, not just on the tyres, but on the engines as well. And it's not uncommon in these endurance races to see engine failures happen. And it's going to come down to the drivers in this instance to not get greedy on the revs, not try to run max revs every single time you're making your way down that start-finish straight. Maybe just lift off a little bit on the straight, just give a bit more short shifting to preserve that engine life. Because at the end of the day, there's no real way to know when that engine might run into issues. All you can do is just look after it as best as you can.
I think also one of the other incidences we need to talk about is, underlying factors that could contribute to a potential technical issue. And you mentioned very rightly there, Yusuf, about engines. And say, for instance, coming out of turn 13, you've got that long main straightaway. And if you get into the dirty air, okay, you're not going to have to put the throttle down so much. You're not going to have to burn up so much fuel. But the other thing is that literally the car in front is like a barrier. And what is not coming into the front of your car, coming into the radiators, is cold air. So that car is going to start building temperature in the coolant systems. And that can lead to a potential catastrophic engine failure of some kind. So if the car's running hot, the engine is going to be absolutely screaming for mercy because you're staying in that slipstream for possibly way too long. And especially if people start sort of drafting quite a lot going into turn 1, they're going to have to watch themselves very, very carefully and watch those oil and coolant temperatures as the race proceeds.
And I guess probably on the counter side, one of the good things about Indianapolis, if you want your car to do well, is the fact that there's only that one real straight, coming out of turn 13 onto the banking of 14 and down towards turn 1, that engine's really going to be screaming and running at max speed. Whereas when you compare it to something like, the Nordschleife or Le Mans, where you have, a good 3 or 4 super long straights where that engine is at max revs for so long, Indianapolis will be much easier on the engines than those particular circuits.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the Nordschleife there. I mean, the green hell, that's a test in itself. And that's a completely different proposition altogether to what we have, say, here in Indy. And like Le Mans, completely a different kettle of fish altogether. And that's our final round here for GTR 24H for 2021. But the drivers and the teams will have been putting in the work. They'll have been putting in the seat time, getting things going. And it is about mechanical sympathy. That's the biggest thing you have to have. You were alluding to that earlier, Yusuf, where drivers might just back off. They might do a little bit of lift and coast. They might get the engine to do the braking, which can actually help the brakes. So the brakes and the tyres, another factor. That the teams need to consider how they can eke out that strategy using that scientific approach, as you mentioned. So yeah, it's about how the teams respond, and if there is a factor where the drivers go, well, we really need to pull out all the stops here, the strategists will be looking at it intently. They'll be looking at the data, looking at what software they can use to get the maximum pull from what changes they need to make. And that's where it's going to be rather interesting from a strategy point.
And you talk about mechanical lenience, but I think one of the other big leniences I feel here at Indianapolis is going to be the fuel lenience. And the reason I bring this up is because I'm still relatively new to endurance racing. I grew up all around sprint series, watching the likes of MotoGP and F1. So coming into endurance racing for me was a big eye-opener, learning about a lot of these things that I would have thought made sense and was obvious, but I had never really considered. And last season when we went from Matsusaka to Le Mans, one of the biggest things that I think it was actually Peter was telling me was the fact that if you're at a track like Matsusaka and you're trying to manage your fuel and you get that fuel management slightly wrong, you're only doing a 1 minute 40 lap to get back to the pits. Whereas at somewhere like Le Mans, it's a 3-minute lap. And if you make that slight miscalculation at a long circuit, that could cost you a lot of time. And, you know, one extra lap out there, or one less lap, is, you know, it could cause a bit of an issue. But here at Indianapolis, 1 minute 20 laps, 1 minute 30 laps for the GT3 cars, it's not as much of an issue.
Can I point your attention in the direction of the track conditions right now? Because we are approaching 2% wetness in the line and 61% offline, which means that if you're on a low tank of gas with the absolute or petrol as it would be, you could actually do a better time now. You could set your best time of this session if you're on a really good lap on soft tires, low fuel, but it's as soon as you just sniff the edge of the dry line, it's done. These conditions are the worst conditions for multi-class racing, just period. It can't get any worse than this. The line has all the grip in the world. It's like driving a dry line, and as soon as you go off, it's 60% wet. It's very, very slippery. How about lapping slower cars in those conditions, especially on a track like this where you're going to do most of your lapping in the braking zones, so you're going to have to brake offline in the wet. Is going to be poof. I'm glad I'm looking at the weather and seeing that we won't have conditions like this tomorrow. At least it looks like this, but I'm becoming more and more aware that the weather conditions around Indianapolis are just as unpredictable as the Nordschleife.
And it's actually interesting that you mentioned that, because Oshin and I, we were talking about that just before, and talking about how if it does dry up, you know, the racing line is going to be nice and dry. It's going to be wetter offline, which leads to the situation where we might be seeing, Alex, the fact that the GT3 and the GTE cars being able to improve, but the hypercars and the LMP2 cars not being able to improve purely due to traffic and them having to get offline onto the wetter parts of the circuit.
Yeah, and that's going to... I'm glad that Peter said that hopefully we won't have weather like that tomorrow, but, you know, I've seen like LMP2 cars going past GTs, and you can see straight away, as soon as the LMP like gets out of the slipstream, goes onto the wet line with about 60% in comparison with the dry line, that's where it's going to make all the difference. Because if someone decides to pull out from behind another car whilst lapping back marker traffic, if the conditions are slightly off and they're on the wrong tyre compound, that can spell trouble at a moment's notice.
Yep. 17 minutes of qualifying remaining, and the track is slowly drying up. Just 3% wetness on the racing line, and the fastest time I've seen relative to their PB is from the number 17 car in the LMP2 class, Jerome Quickle, who recently set a 22.3, which is only 2 seconds off his PB of a 20 flat. So it definitely is getting drier, and the drivers are getting closer to those personal best times, but it still feels like there is a little bit of a way to go.
Well, even with 8 minutes and 11 seconds still to go in the session itself, Yusuf, this is about where there will be those drivers that think, yeah, I'm comfortable, but I could probably eke a little bit more out of the car. And then there are those that really are absolutely beside themselves, saying, God, I can't believe this is happening. This is not how this car should be handling. It was better in free practice, for instance. So there'll be those that will be having a little bit of a cheeky grin ahead of tomorrow's race start, but then there'll be those that will be thinking, what can we do to make it go that little bit better, have that little bit more purchase, have that little bit more exit speed on the corners? Can it turn in? Can it rotate? Are the drivers having issues? What do we need to talk to them about? It's all about ironing out all those finer, minuscule details to really get it on point.
And we were talking a little bit earlier about how when the rain came down, it was actually Deuce's motorsport club in the GTE class who managed to get their lap right as that rain came down to set their pole time. So it was right in the nick of time that they got their lap in. And one of the teams that definitely hasn't been able to do that is the number 31 in the GTE class. That is One Move Esports, currently being piloted by Guillaume Mas. And he's only been able to do a 31.2. So at least he set a lap time in, but it does seem that he is slowly improving those times and slowly trying to work his way up the order. And with a combined time of Q1 and Q2 times that are coming into play, every 10th could matter.
Not even every 10th, Yusuf. Every 100th, every 1000th. It can sometimes come down to. I mean, like I've seen qualifying positions decided by even 1/1000th. And as the drivers start to build confidence in these conditions, I mean, the number 13 Ferrari, okay, it's building that confidence. They are starting to move forward. And by having that little bit of progression is going to give not just the driver, but the team that little bit of extra confidence that they need. So, again, as I alluded to earlier, when it comes to the strategy, they'll know these conditions and they'll go, so if it does, not when it does, it'll be if it does, because we never know what happens over a 12-hour race, let's be completely honest. If they go, yeah, we know about these conditions and we can actually make a good step forward, but what if something else throws them a curveball that they don't see coming? That's the beauty of endurance racing.
Well, speaking of a curveball, we might be having one, because Martin Hemmingsen in the number 10, the Pinsim Drillers esports car, has gone green in Sector 1. And with just under 3 minutes remaining, could he possibly improve on that 17.8? He's already 0.6 clear of the number 80 Omicron Sim Racing car. And this might just put a nail in the coffin in this qualifying session.
Yeah, very much the case. I mean, you always see that the cream rises to the top, and Hemmingsen doing that in the number 10 at the minute. I mean, it's just quite interesting how big that gap is between Hemmingsen and Garcia in the number 80. A 1 minute 17.891 from the number 10, and from the number 80, it's a 1 minute 18.487. That's quite a considerable gap between those two drivers, and then it's nearly a second to the 117 car in third position. So yeah, I mean, to have that much disparity between three different teams, I think some of them are probably thinking, well, at the end of the day, okay, qualifying 1 and 2, we'll get it out of the way and we'll solely concentrate on the race tomorrow. And now that we're on that verge of the season really starting all truthfully tomorrow, Yusuf, it's I'm rather looking forward to the anticipation.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not uncommon to see certain teams not performing well in qualifying, but performing better in the race. Some teams, they might have that one driver who's exceptionally talented when it comes to putting everything on the line in that one qualifying lap. But it's not just a case of whether that driver is able to show consistency over his stint, but whether they have the team depth and other drivers who can match that pace throughout the entire 12 hours.
Yeah, the consistency is going to be the big thing. And we all know that. Yeah, when they go, yeah, it's a 12-hour endurance race. Try telling that to the drivers. They'll treat it like a full-on 12-hour sprint race. I mean, Le Mans has for years pushed the boundaries of technical evolution, not just in racing, but also in automotive industry that works pretty much alongside it. Of course, the old adage back in the days used to be race on Sunday, sell on Monday. But it's very, very different now. There's a lot of research and development that have gone into, like, say, the LMP1, say, like Audi, Peugeot, amongst others, that have done that due diligence, and they've used that technology and put it into the road cars, but by testing it at the biggest test of them all, Le Mans. And we're going to find that out over the course of, the next few months.
And with less than a minute remaining in qualifying, there has been a change in the GT3 class. Apparently, the number 13 Danish Racing League car has moved up to P3. Sebastian Hove putting in a 29.0, just 600ths shy of, the GTE class driver, the 166 ID Sim Sport car. So a good lap from Sebastian Hove to pull him further up the order, and this is the 13 car that qualified on pole in the first session, so they definitely needed to find a little bit more time.
Yeah, I think it was a case that there would be that team that would be sort of waiting in the wings, hiding in the darkness, so to speak. And, you know, just with I've seen teams sort of like really come to the fore. They've sort of like gathered steady momentum. They haven't gone like completely out for it, but they've made sure that they've given everyone a bit of an insight on what they can bring to the table. And, you know, with qualifying now pretty much coming to an end here at Indianapolis, it's going to give us an idea, but it's not going to really give us a complete idea in what is going to happen tomorrow for 12 hours.
Yeah, of course. So qualifying, it's weird because when you think about it and you think about a 12-hour or 24-hour endurance race, you sometimes look to the qualifying and then just think, at the end of the day, it's barely, 1%. It barely has a 1% contribution to what the final results in the race will be.
Yeah, I completely agree there, Yusuf. It's just about how they go about their business. You know, they're gonna react to other people in the pit lane. They're gonna take. There are gonna be chances taken. It's the first round of the season tomorrow, and it is about those that get on the best foot forward first that will then start this new chapter for us here at GTR 24H to unfold.
It's interesting that you bring that up because I do wonder how different teams will approach this. Will they take the kind of a guns out approach and say, hey, it's the first race of the season, let's just go in all guns blazing? Or will they take, a more laid back, I say laid back, they won't be laid back, but a more cautious approach and say, let's just make sure that we get across the line, have as least technical issues as we can, and see where we kind of slot in with everyone else around us?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with that because it is about what they are thinking. Everyone's going to be having the cogs working overtime, thinking about how can they make this better? What are we going to do for this? How are we going to approach hour 3, hour 4? Who's going in for a double stint? Are we going to put a single stint into a full service? There's so many permutations, and that's one of the beauties about endurance racing that I love, because someone could absolutely come out of nowhere and go, right, this is what we're going to do.
Yeah. And as we say that, the session updates because qualifying is over, and that is the end of Q2. The race will be tomorrow. So I think on that note, before we go anywhere else, we're going to be throwing it to a quick commercial break. When we're back, we'll be running it through the order of qualifying 2.
12 Hours of Indianapolis is brought to you in partnership with ESRE Sports Network, Leap Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Do you like games? Do you like esports? Do you hate watching laggy streams of tournaments on 13-inch screens?
Oh my god!
Of course you do. But you don't have to worry about that anymore.
He has a jump, son!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you just tuning in, we have just reached the end of the second session of qualifying for the first round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship 2021. And with the end of Q2, we have Thomas Garcia joining us from Omicron Sim Racing, who finished at P2 in the session. Thomas Garcia, the conditions looked very, very tricky towards the end. How difficult was it working the car in those wet conditions?
Yes, it was really hard. At first, I really struggled with finding braking points for some of the most difficult braking points on the whole track, like turn 1, the end of the back straight. It was a really difficult thing to do during all those minutes, and once I got some good references, I could actually do a bit of a lap time. And yeah, apart from that, the session was over after a few minutes when the rain came, and until the end it didn't dry up, so nothing we could really do about it. So I'm happy with P2 for now.
And one thing I do want to bring up is when the rain came down, it started to dry up towards the end. We heard that there was about 3% wetness on the racing line. Did it feel dry? Did it feel like you might be able to improve, or was it just always too wet to be able to set a quicker lap?
I mean, from what I know, basically the outside of the track was still a bit wet, so going off the line, it was a bit difficult to get the car to work as wanted it to work, and basically it was really hard to get close to the times we did at the start of the session, because we also had rubber then, and yeah, I think that even if you could have gotten close, improving in all sectors would have been almost impossible, because there were some places where you need to go off the line and it doesn't really help.
Alex, do you have any questions you'd like to throw to Thomas?
I'm going to leave it to you because, to be honest with you, this is the first time I'm just trying to sample the atmosphere a little bit here for GTR 24H. But yeah, I mean, it's very interesting to obviously, Thomas, from you to, talking about the rain and how the track sort of changed quite rapidly in the session. But, still a very good effort, nevertheless, ready for tomorrow's race.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a difficult thing to do most of the time. So yeah, a big effort and happy with the result.
And for yourself then, Thomas, P2, what do you think you can do in the race? You've seen how quick Pinsim's drillers are in qualifying. Do you think you can match them in the race, or is it more about focusing on that P2 spot?
We should focus on P2 definitely, because drillers are at another level. Obviously, they were the favorites before the season, and I believe that they will still be until the very end. So I'm not hoping for a race win. I'm just hoping to finish second ahead of Satellite, secure our place as the best of the rest on the LMH3 class. But apart from that, nothing we can do really. Basically, we will try to improve. We will try to getting faster, and maybe one day we can get close to them, but surely not today.
Okay, well, Thomas, thank you very much for joining us, and best of luck to you and the rest of the team tomorrow.
Thank you.
Awesome. So hopefully we can speak to Nick Newcomb from Deuces Motorsport Club in the GTE class momentarily. But again, Alex, just a crazy qualifying session. The fact that the rain came down, and I think a lot of teams just weren't really expecting it. And as I say that, Nick Newcomb, you are with us. Do you hear us?
I do indeed.
Nick, you were messaging me saying that you guys had set your pole time right as the rain came down. Why did you leave it so late?
Because that was part of the plan.
Right, okay.
Actually, Wojciech finished his lap, got the 27.5 in, and I just said, Wojciech, is it rain? And he just burst out laughing. He just said, it's starting to rain now. And then that was it, and we just watched the rain, saw the wetness on the track, offline, online, and we said, yeah, And then when it stopped, we just kept an eye again on the online, offline, and then basically filled the car up. And Joe did half hour, and then I had about the final 20 minutes in the car, 25 minutes in the car, just with the full race setup.
Towards the end of the session, as you mentioned, you guys were keeping an eye on the wetness online and offline. Did it ever feel dry enough to set laps? We were asking Thomas.
No, okay. It was off. No. You stray offline slightly. Plus, the traffic was even more difficult because a lot of cars were struggling, trying to push a little bit more. So you might have sneaked a tenth or a few tenths extra out of it, but you strayed slightly offline, and that was your lap done.
So Nick, are you saying that you couldn't improve just because you're bad and you kept straying offline?
No, I didn't. Wojciech did. Wojciech was I just didn't want to take the glory. That boy, he's away to bed now because he lives in Czechoslovakia, and he's. It's late there, and he's absolutely ran himself into the ground here tonight, and he sent us the lap that he got pole on, so we can have a look at it, and we're gonna we didn't expect it, to be honest, to get pole. We really didn't. We're provisional pole as it is at the minute, but we thought we might get top 5. With some of the practice sessions we'd seen. We knew Wojciech was up there, and Xiao was up there, and I'm a few tenths off. But as a group, I think we're pretty strong, planning-wise, etc. Because, like a lot of teams around us, they know endurance racing, just like we do as well. So it's the GT field is just so strong, it's unreal. Well, we're just happy to be there at the minute at the top. It's just something that's just fantastic. We just didn't expect it, and it's a great way to start the new year.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, top of Q2, provisional pole. You sound delighted. I'm guessing the rest of the team are as well. Come race day, who do you think are your biggest rivals? What's the kind of team mentality?
Easy. Honestly, you can pick any from 5 or 6, but obviously Musto, Volante. I would still keep an eye on One Move for sure. There's just so much strength. World of Sim Racing. The depth in the GT field goes, I would say, at least down the top. If you make the top 10, you've had a great race, basically. That's how the depth is in that GT field.
So what's the target for tomorrow? Winning or something else?
The first target is to finish and get points. The next target is podium, and if we can get a win, the stretch target is the win. So it's basically in that order: finish, points, top 5, top 3, and the win. Stretch is the stretch target.
Awesome. Well, Nick, I really hope that you do win, because that way when I come up and visit you and beat you on your own simulator, I can say I beat a GTR 24H class winner.
Well, I'm already a class winner in P2, remember?
That didn't really class. You did like 1 hour.
I had like 1 minute's notice and 7 laps practice.
To be fair, that was a really good performance from yourself.
It was, but this is the bread and butter. This is where it counts with my own team, and I couldn't be more proud of Wojciech. I think he's a great driver, but on top of that, he's an absolute top man. He's a really top guy, and we'll have such a laugh. He just doesn't take himself too seriously, but he enjoys the competition, and that's what it's all about.
Well, congrats again, Nick.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, and same to you guys. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Now I've got to get a few more laps in, and then try and get some sleep after this, and do some post for juices, celebrating what Wojciech's done at the minute, and obviously right off to race control to tell them that Wojciech is leading us off tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, best of luck again tomorrow.
Cheers, guys. Bye. Cheers now.
Well, I think that is everything that we have time for. Alex, how have you enjoyed your first time in the booth here at GTR 24H?
Yeah, looking, it was nice to sort of dip my toe into the water, so to speak, Yusuf. I mean, You know, I'd rather sort of get myself ready, know what I'm going to expect, and to hear from Thomas Garcia and Nick Newcomb there. It's going to be a rather interesting race tomorrow, and when we go into racing at 12 o'clock Central European time tomorrow, it's anyone's guess what's going to happen after 12 hours. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah. Well, you might have dipped your toe in tonight, but we're going to throw you right on in without any armbands or anything tomorrow.
That's kind of what I expected, really. But as they say, out of the frying pan and into the fire, eh?
Yeah. We'll light up the fire. You know, add some alcohol to it as well, so as to speak.
I'll just make sure my eyebrows don't get burned then.
That would probably be a wise decision. Yeah. However, on that note, that is all that we have time for. Thank you everyone for tuning in until the very end. If you haven't already, make sure to drop a follow or subscribe depending on what platform you are viewing the stream from, and you can also follow GTR248 on Twitter at GTR248. I've been Yusuf bin Sahel, joined by the wonderful Alex Goldschmidt. Peter Munkholm has been producing as always, and we will be back tomorrow afternoon at 12 Central European time. That's 11 a.m. if you live in England, and if you live... There you go. Head on over gtr24h.org and gtr24h.org, and the qualifying results will be up there. When did you say again, Peter? As soon as possible. So maybe go grab yourself a drink, and when you come back, I'm sure the results will be up. But again, that is everything from us. Make sure to tune in again at noon tomorrow, Central European time, and we'll see you then.
12 Hours of Indianapolis is brought to you in partnership with ESRE Sports Network, Leak Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Games? Do you like esports? Do you hate watching laggy streams of tournaments on 13-inch screens?
Oh my god!
Of course you do. But you don't have to worry about that anymore.
He has a jump, son!